Okay, hi guys, and welcome to the Sir Stanley Matthews Sports Centre with me, Ross Marsh.
I'm Jackson Hayward.
And today we've got the BUCS Boxing Championships.
Should be good.
Excited? Yeah, should be interesting. It's the first time Staffordshire University has hosted a tournament like this.
It's probably the biggest event that we've ever done
Yeah.
at Staffs Uni. We normally do varsity and stuff like that.
But nothing with this many universities.
No, we've got people from all over. There's Oxford, Cambridge, and we've seen, did we see Newcastle?
Yeah, Northumbria, Durham. There's literally everyone from everywhere has turned up today. Yeah. So it's a very big deal for the university.
Yeah, and it's we're here all weekend.
Yes, from Friday, Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, today's knockout stages. I'm sure tomorrow is the semi-finals.
Got quarter-finals, semi-finals, and then
we've got
Sunday
the
is the fight, and that's across all different weight classes. That is both men's boxing as well as women's boxing as well, which is always great to see, a mixture of both.
Yeah, it's nice to see because women's boxing wasn't a big thing until like really Nicola Adams. I'd say, do you know what I mean?
Like that kind of 2012 boom.
It's boxing's made I was never too big into my boxing until about the Olympics, if I'm being quite honest.
So yeah, we've got literally loads and loads of stuff for you guys. I think there's something like over 200 fighters here. It's going to be an absolute mad weekend of boxing, and we hope you guys enjoy it. So, should we introduce our other commentary team for today?
Yes, I think we shall. And we've got Jack Bradley and Rue Cowley coming over now.
Yep. And they're just coming in right now.
I mean, lads, you're right.
Shuffle up for you, see if we can get you all over.
We're coming on the same square.
It's a tight squeeze.
It's a tight squeeze. We need a bigger circle.
So, heavyweight.
Excited for the fight? Excited for the fight this weekend?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's going to be some good fights. Everyone here looks really up for it, so I think we can look forward to some good fights, I'm sure.
Have you done much commentating or know much about boxing before?
I like to think I know a little bit about boxing. It's a sport I've been around most of my life. I've got good friends that box professionally, friends that have boxed at high level as amateurs, so it's something I know a little bit about, and I've obviously been fortunate enough to get in the gym with some of them and see what it's all about there as well.
Fair enough. And how about yourself, Rick?
Really excited for it. Boxing is something that I'm relatively new to, but in terms of fighting, I'm quite clued up on it. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. So obviously a very esteemed commentary team here.
Yes.
Jackson, you're going to be going between.
I'm going to be going between fights, talking about what's going on in each ring because. Is it 2 fights going on?
Yeah, we've got 2 rings set up here at the moment, and basically we're just going to cut back and forth between both of the rings, so you won't miss any of the action between one ring or another one if something does go on. We've got that covered.
We've got 3 rounds of 3 minutes. So
for each fight, I think, and then I suppose the final fights will have a bit longer, more rounds, I suppose, towards the end.
Possibly. I think on Sunday, whatever they choose to do in the final fights, then we'll find that out then. But as far as I know, for now it's 3 rounds of 3.
And then I'm going to be doing some interviews as well, just with some fighters afterwards, just so you guys get a bit more of an inside look at how they felt inside of the ring, and how they felt if they could have done better maybe, or any game plans, anything like that. But I think we've got some scores as well for you guys from the Wednesday sports that are just coming in. Good system. Good system.
It's upside down. It's upside down.
You don't get this kind of quality anywhere else. So men's badminton, which was Wolverhampton University firsts. That was here. I don't have any.
It was a win, 8-0.
Yeah, win 8-0. Right, I'm not fantastic at this. Football men's thirds. That was the Midlands 5th division, and that was also a win of 5-1. That's an impressive win.
Impressive score.
5. Men's third. Women's football was cancelled, and that was against Nottingham-Trent University. That was the women's first for staff, and we get the result as of the cancellation. So again, well done, staff. Men's hockey against Nottingham-Trent University thirds. That was a loss of 5-1. So we're going down the table now. Netball women's firsts against Oxford Brookes University women's thirds. That was a loss of 35-34.
That would be a good game.
Rugby union men's was cancelled. That was against the University College of Birmingham. So again, Staffs gets the win due to cancellation. Lacrosse men's, something. Rue. Do you want to do that one, Rue?
Oh, we won, didn't we? We won 10-8. Come on!
He's not excitable at all.
Passionate. That's passion, Jackson.
That's what we need for the weekend.
Tennis men's firsts against the University of Derby men's firsts. That was a win of 12-0. Wow. Volleyball men's first against Coventry University men's firsts. That was a loss of 3-2. And then we have got the away fixtures now for you guys. So, basketball men's first away at the University of Warwick. That was a loss. Football men's firsts against Loughborough University seconds. That was a loss of 7-1. Wow.
You're not very good at this all the
No.
way.
It's no shame in losing to Loughborough though.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah, Loughborough's like, all right, fair enough. We'll give you that one. We haven't got the results in just yet for the men's football seconds. Again, they were away to Oxford Brookes University, so we don't know about that one just yet. So we'll get that as soon as we get that. We'll tell you guys about that one. Hockey women's first against Coventry University women's firsts. That was a win of 4-2. Well done there. Ultimate indoor, I'm guessing that's ultimate frisbee.
Yeah.
Because that sounds like a really cool sport and it's just called ultimate indoor. That was men's first against Stoke-on-Trent firsts, and that was a loss of 16-1.
Ooh.
Yeah. Rugby union women's first against the University of Warwick women's firsts, and that was a loss as well. I don't have a score written down for that one.
We don't have a score now.
On Sunday, though, we do have mixed American football first against Liverpool John Moores University mixed firsts, and that will be at home.
12:30 is the warm-up.
At Longton Rugby Club.
And it starts at 1 o'clock, so get yourself down and
get along just with that. So how do you guys feel a lot of the rounds are going to go today? Who have we got? What universities do we think are going to do well?
Well, Northumbria have got a clan with them. They've got a lot of people that look like they're ready for it. I don't know whether some of them are backups or not, but either way, there's a lot of them. Oxford, well represented, especially their women's category. I think there's some potential. Well, obviously, there's going to be a champion at some point, but there's no one at the moment that looks entirely up for it. It might be due to nerves or something, but everyone's just kind of keeping themselves to themselves. Taking it as it comes.
I think from what I've seen, you've got a lot of the guys from Portsmouth and Coventry. They're all here and they seem to be getting prepared nice and early. Kind of like what Rue said, it's hard to tell who's up for it the most at the moment, and that might be down to nerves. But I think once the fights start getting underway, obviously we'll have a better idea of who's going to look strongest and end up winning on Sunday.
Okay, so how important do you think you guys, like for you, does it feel to have a event of this kind of gravity for the university? How do you guys feel about that?
I think it's massive for Staffs. Obviously, we've invested a lot of money in the facilities here over the last couple of years. To be able to host a competition of this kind of magnitude, I think that speaks volumes about the quality of the university sports programme and shows that we are moving in the right direction with regards to participation and the reputation that we're getting and developing, and it always helps when teams like lacrosse win on a Wednesday as well.
Yeah, it's obviously huge for the uni, and being as part of the boxing team itself at Staffs, I feel like if I had put in the training and everyone else had continued, we would have had some good representatives from Staffs. But on the whole, it's going to bring a lot of coverage to our university, and it's going to help us develop in the future.
Okay, we've got a quick VT for you guys from Dan and Jonathan of the Sports Centre here at the university, basically just telling you how they also feel about the importance of this event.
BUCS is the national governing body for university sport across the country, so there's over 100 universities that compete on a weekly basis in over 50 sports. I suppose it's our way that we judge where we are in terms of competing against other universities. Staffordshire University is based in the West Midlands, so we play in the West Midlands League.
Anything that we do with regards to competing on a Wednesday or even over the course of a weekend, is all under the umbrella of BUCS.
There's quite a number of boxers who've gone on from BUCS Championships and competed at the Olympics and Commonwealth Games, so some of the stronger universities will bring students along with them who've actually competed either in the trials for the Olympics or will be looking to compete in the next Olympics.
All institutions can get involved. We've got nearly 200 competitors taking part, both male and female. There's going to be a lot of people who are from boxing clubs around the country who will probably be scouting as well, so you can get invited to international camps and things as well. So
yeah, this is absolutely our kind of trial, if you like. We'd love to host more. We're really well placed right in the middle of the Midlands. It's a really good opportunity for us to prove that we can do these kind of events and look to maybe host some of the bigger ones next time around.
It's a huge event for the university. It's a huge coup for the university to hold such a prestigious event.
We've got a boxer coming from the university. It's something we'd like to obviously see more of. It's our first time hosting the event, so hopefully over the years we'll grow that boxing club year on year, and hopefully at one point we'll get a winner out of it.
As far as I'm aware, we've not done many events like this, if any, in the past. So to have such an event like this just shows that we can start showcasing Staffordshire University and the facilities that we've got, and also the fact that, you know, we are putting sport back on the map essentially in Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent. So yeah, it's a fantastic opportunity.
Okay guys, so that was obviously the quick VT from Dan and Jonathan here at the Sports Centre, just about the magnitude of this event. So guys, have you guys had any personal boxing experience? Ever tried it or thought about trying it?
I've participated kind of recreationally, although it's not really a sport that you can do kind of for fun down the playground. So obviously I've got friends that have boxed and I've moved around with them in rings and stuff. Most of my kind of up close and personal experience with boxing has been sat ringside, doing sports journalism here at uni. I've covered a lot of fights. I've been ringside for Ricky Hatton promoted events, and also a really good friend of mine, Tommy Langford, is actually the current British middleweight champion. He fights and defends his title for the first time April 22nd against a lad called Craig Cunningham, who beat Anthony Ogogo, who obviously won a medal at the London 2012 Olympics. So he's fighting at quite a decent level there. I've got quite a good relationship with him, and you know, he's been a massive help in kind of helping me to understand more about boxing from a journalistic perspective. So it's something I like to think I know a little bit about, and I've got decent experience of.
Yeah, I've had a few experiences. I'm part of the staff's uni boxing team, so I've had a few sparring sessions. I was preparing from September for this event because we knew about it a bit in advance, but unfortunately, due to unforeseen circumstances, not involved. But yeah, it's good. It's a good way to keep fit, but also from where I'm standing now as a commentator, you get to watch it and you get to see it for the art it is, because it is described as one of the toughest sports to get involved in and to maintain that level of expertise in. So I'm getting to see it from a completely different viewpoint and just get to appreciate the art.
Decent. Have you had experience yourself, Ross?
Not massively. I mean, like coming from where I live in East London, I've known like a lot of older boxers and things like that. It's a very generational thing in East London. But like events like this today, obviously we could see people like the next Anthony Joshua's, Dylan White's and stuff like that. Do you feel this is a great stepping stone for people's careers in terms of amateur boxing to go to the Olympics or to turn professional, have professional fights, and be up there with people like David Hay and stuff like that?
Absolutely. I think, as I mentioned, my friend Tom Langford, he boxed in the English Championships at university level. A lad who won bronze at Rio a couple of months ago, Joshua Boatsi, he's on the verge of turning pro. He's boxed at the university level. So I think you see a lot of, year on year, you'll see a lot of people who are talented enough to be able to go on and push on into the pro ranks, or maybe compete as high-level amateurs at things like the Olympics. Obviously, and there's a lot of unknown quantities out there today, so we might be on the verge of seeing another breakout star here at Staff. So,
yeah. Well, you've got to start somewhere, haven't you? And what better way to start than at a university boxing championship? I think it would be a great way for some future fighters to pave their way within the sport itself. You just got to see who wants it most. You just got to stick at it and then see where it takes you.
Yeah, again, like you guys have all just said, it's a very good stepping stone in terms of the quality of opponents that are obviously going to be here. Everyone's going to pretty much be on the same platform, so no one's going to really have an upper hand advantage, let's say. And yeah, it's a great way to kickstart careers. We could see the next sort of set of Olympic heroes or professional title holders.
Definitely. Well, I personally, I've not had the biggest experience in boxing and stuff like that. I come from a very small village where we're all very chummy, but
when it throws hands, it's serious.
Yeah, when it throws hands, it goes off the chain. But it's I've got into boxing through just watching it through the telly and stuff like that, and you do see a lot of these amateurs that are boxing at events like this coming up, going to the Olympics and doing well and getting professional, which I think is brilliant. And I hope that maybe something comes from this. Like,
yeah,
do you know what I mean? It will
it's
always be decent.
It's always nice to have success. Yeah. And it's also, again, we just want to reiterate the point for the university, for staffs. This is huge as well in terms of, if we do well here, that's something our university can be recognised for, is boxing, and that'll be an amazing thing.
Especially with the way that boxing has grown as a sport in the last few years in England. Obviously, everyone knows about the glory days, particularly like the days of Eubank and Nigel Benn and people like that. And then obviously boxing tended to kind of drop out the limelight a little bit, and it's really going through a bit of a resurgence now. And I think the turnout here today, and obviously how committed staffs has been to making sure this coverage is of a high quality, I think that says a lot that boxing really is coming back in a big way, and if we can be a part of that, then even better.
Okay. Yeah, I think like you've just said, boxing it dropped away a bit for kind of a long time.
It was
dropped
like
off in the late 90s.
Late 90s, early 2000s. There's some horn going on over there.
I'm guessing that's a warning time for fights or something.
Starting soon.
Yeah, again, I think the first matches are 120.
Yes. Yeah.
So they start any minute. So yeah. Do we?
Okay. So do you guys want to go off now and get yourselves set up and get ready for the fights?
Thanks very
Again,
much.
cheers, guys.
Thank you.
Absolute pleasure.
Oh God, there's so much room now.
Okay, so we've got two of the fighters now coming in from Staffs University.
I'll leave you to interview them.
We got two just quick little videos of both. Okay, so Jackson, where?
I'll be stood over in the middle.
Jackson's just going to do some stuff. So yeah, So again, we got just some quick little videos coming up of the fighters for you guys, and here we go. Okay. Yeah, guys, do you want to just quickly introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'm Sam and I'm a sports therapist in my final year.
And Louise.
Okay. So how are you guys feeling going into this event? How do you guys feel? Do you feel like confident, up for it?
We're providing sports massage for the boxers.
Oh, nice.
Downstairs in the functional training room.
And the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so how does it feel for you guys to work on an event like this? Is it something really, like, obviously very important for your sort of development in terms of career-wise? Does that feel like events like this? Does that feel like good for you guys just to be involved in and around?
Yeah, it's great to get some experience with real athletes and stuff that we're going to deal with in a career. So it's really good to be able to converse with them and see what they're going to need and if we can help.
Yeah, it's great to get with real athletes as well, but something different, like you're not treating just the general footballer, rugby player, you're treating actually a boxer. There's something different that you don't get to see every day.
Okay. How important is it for your course in terms of being able to say your course would be able to do events like this?
It's great publicity for the course, but it's great publicity for ourselves as well. It goes on the CV, it also goes into like modules that we do. It gives us the hours that we need to pass our degree.
Loads of experience, like there's nothing better than being able to take your skills from a class and actually apply them to real life and realise what you're doing, how exactly you're doing it, how you're helping, and the effect that it's going to have. So you're getting real experiences that you're not going to get from a classroom.
Yeah, again, practical experience, very important. How important do you guys feel it is for the university to host an event like this?
Oh, it's massive for the university, and it's great that the university is getting different areas of the university involved to do different bits of it, to publicise not just one, like the sports bit. It's publicising the sports therapy degree, it's also publicising yourselves, it's everyone, it's not just, it brings the university together as a whole.
Yeah, and it's got like we're not just again focusing on just football or just rugby. Again, boxing's just completely different to us. So it's great that we can get loads of different unis involved and just promote it within like the culture of uni, not just our uni. So I'd agree.
Okay, so what have you guys done throughout the year with your degree? Have you done anything similar to this kind of stuff, or is this like the first time you're going to really be involved in an event like this?
No, we've worked at a lot of events, basically from like Christmas in our first year all the way through. We do like different events, go out and do events different places, not just here at the university. But this it's like I said, it's boxing. It's something that you don't get to see every day.
Yeah, it's the same. Yeah, we've done a lot of running events, a lot of football events, or rugby and stuff. It's just new.
Okay. So it's something very different for you guys to do, very new as well. So does you feel any sort of pressure there in like terms of it's very new? These guys are obviously going out to like hurt each other. I've got to make sure they're all right. Is that like kind of a pressure? Like, does there feel like an added pressure? Let's say to that.
I mean, if we did a pre-massage, we went a bit too hard and we've hindered a muscle there or something, just tiny, he could get knocked out, and I don't want that on my hands.
Yeah, obviously. Like, I mean, these guys are ready to punch people. Like, don't want to be getting hit. So again, like. Is this very different from the other events that you've worked as well in terms of the layout? So like with the running events, is it similar? Like guys just come in, I need this done, or is today a little bit different in terms of they know exactly spot on what they want, where they want it, kind of deal?
Yeah, like runners are generally, especially post-run, they just come in like, my calves, and you get a lot of calves, just a lot of legs. But the boxers are like, right, this hurts, it hurts when I do this, right, help me out there. And so it's a lot more specific, so it's a lot better, it quizzes us a lot more, and just helps us out as well.
They know exactly what they train day in, day out, they exactly know their bodies, they know what's tight, what they're feeling, how they're feeling, and
what they need to prepare.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So how are you going to treat like some of the sort of injuries today? Like, I mean, like there's going to be a lot of bruises, there might be some cuts. Is that something you've had to prepare slightly differently for? Or is it just, it happens, we know what we're going to do?
It's all part of our training, it's a part of our degree. We look at all the different aspects, and something like this is putting it all together and in a real life scenario and pulling it out of the bag, so to speak.
Okay, cheers guys. We're going to let you guys obviously get off, sort the boxes out, and have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay, so Jackson's going to come back in quickly now.
Yeah, you can't leave it. So yeah, we're about to start. We've got about 5 minutes to go till it starts.
Close.
Exciting
Close.
times. We're just about to start, and there's the second horn. But yeah, what's your predictions for the first fight then?
Do you know what? I don't really know. I'm reckoning there's going to be a couple of knockouts today.
I'm hoping there are. There's 200 fighters.
That sounds so bad.
It sounds so bad, but it's in some ways you always kind of want. If it was a big fight, like if it was, let's say, like Klitschko versus Joshua, and it was a knockout in the first round, you'd be kind of like deflated. But it's a big championship, and it's always fun to see that. Which that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. I mean, it adds a more sort of gravity to the event. Yeah. If people are sort of really going for it, pushing for it, not playing defensive and playing safe, and that's what you wouldn't see in boxing. Is you want to see people go out there. I don't want to say aim to hurt each other because that makes me sound like a terrible person. But like you like as a spectator, you want to see that. You want to see hands.
You want to see not just the technical and stuff like that. You want to just see everything. You want to see who's the most feared in the rings, if that makes sense. You want to see who has fought every one of his fights pristine. Yeah,
you want to see a showcase of ability.
Yeah,
more than anything else. I think that's the main thing for today.
As we said earlier, we want to see the people that are going to be making it bigger. Do you know what I mean? As in the ones that could potentially be the pros in years to come.
I think we'll have a few standouts today. You'll definitely be able to tell the golf. I mean, there might be a bit of a golfing class between some fights. That happens at this kind of level, I would suppose.
Yeah, because I know that they're doing two sort of rounds. They're doing the novice and they're doing the free for all or something like that. So the novice is obviously if you've had less than 10 fights, that you go in the novices, and then it's the free for all after that. So if you've had more than that, so obviously it's not going to be someone that's had 2 fights versus someone that's had 22 fights. So there is going to be some evenness to it.
It's going to be a bit fairer.
Yeah. So, But definitely, it's been good. They set up the rings today, which they look brilliant.
They do. They look very cool.
I've never been in a ring myself.
I really want to get into one.
I do, but I know I'm probably not fighting, so...
Okay. So yeah, we got Tash just going to come in and just give you guys a quick rundown of BUCS and what it's all about.
Hello, Tash.
Hello. Hi.
How are you doing?
Good.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm running about everywhere this morning. It's amazing. Thought I'd come actually talk about BUCS. So obviously, BUCS is the British Universities and College Sports Leagues, and to have this here, it's huge for staffs, just because with BUCS being such a big thing for all universities. Like every university has so many sports teams involved. Like even with staffs, we have over 100, well over 100 competitors in BUCS, and it's just such a good thing to have something like this here. To not only promote BUCS, not only to promote sports at staffs, but to actually promote the sports. Just sports people in general.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the time, the individual events in BUCS, they don't really tend to get a lot of publicity, a lot of advertising.
No.
Because where it's individual people tend to focus on the teams.
Yeah.
So having something like this here actually really pushes out the fact that BUCS do actually have individual sports, and BUCS can actually accommodate for individual people. Because like with Staffs University, we have a guy who does speed track cycling.
Wow.
And he competes all around the UK in that, but as an individual, but you don't ever hear about that because
It's the first time I've ever heard.
Exactly, you don't ever, and he races for GB.
Wow.
So yeah, so it's like, well, he's been to GB trials, so it's like you don't actually get to hear about stuff like that, and doing events like this, especially at Staffs, it promotes that a lot more.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, like we've said quite a bit so far. It's an incredible event to have here, and it's great to just be a part of it.
It's a massive opportunity as well. Like hopefully that they come back and we can have more events here for Staffs Uni.
Yeah.
And it'll be great. And you'll probably, because you're in about 24 different teams yourself, you'll probably be at most of them. So
Always love organising a good sport event.
No, it's brilliant to have individual sports as a showcase as opposed to just team sports. And I think boxing is quite new as well into BUCS, isn't it?
I think
it
so.
is. I think it's something that's returned, if that makes sense.
I think it's kind of as the growth of boxing has happened throughout the UK, and as it's become, I mean, obviously boxing has always been a big thing, but as it's become bigger, trying to especially with the Olympics, with how well we do in the Olympics.
As we were saying before, like there has been a massive lull in there was like late 90s, early 2000s, and it probably wasn't until Ricky Hatton, David Hay, and all them came back that boxing started making its comeback again.
I think as boxing's now pushing into venues like the O2, Wembley, Manchester Arena, and selling out those events, it brings a great public eye to it.
Yeah, definitely.
And it gives obviously events like this, and we'll have loads of people, I'm sure, turn up just to watch and enjoy the day.
Well, I know that if I wasn't presenting,
you'd be trying it.
I wouldn't be trying it. I'd be winning it. I'm gonna It's a shame that I am presenting because.
So you're sitting up here, but not
because
embarrassing.
it's just not fair on them, is it? Like you can see how much of a fighter I am.
I don't think we're allowed to give you 4 Stellas before you every time. That's not allowed.
There's outside of a pub,
there's a law. Yeah. There's laws about alcohol and boxing.
I've never been in a fight in my life because it's not a fight if you win. Do you know what I mean?
If it's just too easy for you.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
You need a bit of a challenge.
Well, it's like everything in life. You need a bit of a challenge. But yes, when's the first fight start?
Well, unfortunately, as far as I know, it's been delayed due to reasons. So we're just waiting to actually find out. I think it's just because where there are where there's about 200 fighters throughout the whole thing, trying to get everybody registered, trying to get everything sorted, it takes such a long time. Yeah. And unfortunately, there are delays and stuff. Hopefully that little buzzer there
I
might have meant...
I think that's like the 4th time that's happened.
Okay, then that means nothing then.
I don't know what the horn is kind of for. It's just gone off every time.
But I think that because it's such a big event and because they've got so many boxers here, and it's obviously the way that it's laid out is today are the preliminary rounds, then tomorrow you've got the semi-finals, and then obviously on the Sunday you've got the finals. So due to all of that, they've had to now sort out all the boxers, but unfortunately you get people pulling out last minute, like both of our boxers from Staffs had to pull out.
Yeah, I heard that one of them had an injury or something.
One of them, what was it? He was training during the week, and then he managed to sustain an injury to one of his kidneys. which has now caused him to become very ill.
Yes.
So it's very unfortunate because he was actually going straight into a bronze medal match.
Oh.
So it's really unfortunate. So Staff's could have come out with like a bronze, maybe even a silver or gold, like straight away.
Do I need to go get my shorts?
And then our other boxer, he had to pull out because he's actually been accepted to go onto a GB camp this weekend.
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah, so
So we would have done all right then. But Ross, we need to go get our shorts.
yeah, you two just quickly go get your Staff's uni shorts and just jump in.
You go in the one ring, I'll go in the other. We'll shadow box against each other.
Maybe we should do a Staff's TV the OMG final day, just a little spar off.
That would not be good.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because it's blue and red, so it works.
Yeah, that would work very well. Okay, I think we're going to quickly say goodbye to you, Tash, and I think
see you
we've got Rue
later.
and Jack just quickly come on.
We've got a Roo, and
We've got Rue. Jack's just overseeing
Is
events
Jack
like,
going to come over?
like a dictator.
We don't need Jack.
Jack's just overseeing events. Oh, no, he's back.
Oh, he's back. We swapped over now.
Okay, so we are getting very close to the start of the fights. How are you guys feeling?
I'm really excited. I just can't wait to get into it, see some good boxing. You know, it's going to be good because you on TV you see it from a professional standpoint.
Yeah.
And now we get to see how people are being trained up and how they develop as people and as boxers themselves.
I think like you've just said, it's going to be very different from professional fights due to obviously amateur kind of backgrounds. It won't be as fluid or as smooth, but it will be some very good boxing on display today.
I think the one thing that you can guarantee with it being amateur level, there'll be a lot of punches thrown and there'll be quite a high work rate. Obviously, in the pros, the game plans can vary a little bit and some people tend to sit back a little bit more and pick off their shots. I think in the amateurs, there'll be a lot of people here today eager to come out, all guns blazing and impress. So it could make some really exciting fights, actually. It could be some good fights on show.
I think, like you said, I think professional fights, a bit more controlled. So I think that we should see a lot more aggression. I think on display today than anything else really.
I think what else I like with professional fights, obviously you can look over what their old fights have been like.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? A lot of these fighters will never have known like anything to do with them at all. So that'll be an interesting look at it if that makes sense.
For most of these fighters, it's going to be their biggest fight of their lives so far in their career. And it's also probably going to be like their second or third. So there's going to be a lot of nerves, a lot of jitters. You just got to hope when they're throwing their punches and their combinations and they're moving their feet that they're not going to gas themselves out too early.
Yeah.
Because they've not been training, they haven't been training as high intensity as professional boxers who can put their bodies through that, that work rate. So you just got to pray to God that they...
I think, we might see a little bit more strategy in terms of the aggression. There'll be, obviously, I think, great spurts of aggression and there'll be great absolute, going for it. And then we'll sort of lay off the pedal a bit.
Yeah, it'll go a lot quiet. It'll go a lot more slower, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
To begin with, it'll be very quick.
How do you guys feel about have you looked at any fighters and seen anyone you really think could be very good?
I've just been looking down at the lads from Portsmouth, and they're looking up for it now. They're all there. They're shadow boxing. They're getting ready, and they all just seem eager to just get in there, but not in the sense that they're just like, I just want to get it out of the way. Yeah. They seem very much kind of composed in the sense that they know they're here to do a job. They know they're going to come here and impress, and they just want to get in there now and do what they do best, I suppose.
You can see a lot of nervous people out there. Their body positions are giving it away that they obviously are going to be nervous, but there are some people who are just quite comfortable, just talking, having a laugh, which is good to see, because it's at the end of the day, it's sport. It should be fun, but at the same time, you want to win. You want that championship, right?
Definitely.
I think, just like from what I've seen, I mean, some of the universities here, they're going to have a very high standard of boxer being put out there. I mean, so this, for anybody obviously watching at home, you're going to get some amazing fights. I have a feeling. And if Oxford comes up against Cambridge, that's just going to end badly.
I know that
that's going to be fantastic.
There's a lot of women in both camps there.
Yeah.
So hopefully we see that, because it's been a bit of rival for hundreds of years. So,
but Staffs and Keel.
Staffs and Keel is the best rivalry that you'll ever see.
Yeah. Come back for varsity. That's what I'm saying.
Like the West Ham Millwall of university. That's just going to get bloody.
But no, as you were saying with Portsmouth looking so well, I know for a fact that I got here at, I think it was 11:30, 10 o'clock or something like that this morning, and Portsmouth were in here skipping, training, doing drills, shadow boxing. They've been looking like they're ready. Yeah. So they're very serious about it.
How do we feel about travel? Do you think anyone's going to be really affected by the travel today?
Well, Portsmouth's the furthest, so.
Yeah, I mean, well, Northumbria as well was pretty far up as well.
You have to assume that all of that was catered for, when they were arranging travel to come up here. You have to assume that they had something in place. They know it's not a 10-minute drive down the motorway. Yeah. Obviously, it'll come down a lot to the athlete as well. The best athletes are the ones that can push themselves beyond, normal physical limits. So if they are destined to do as well as they probably think they are, then surely they'll be able to contend with it. We're not talking 10 hours jet lag or anything. So, they might be a little bit leggy at first, but I imagine that's why they've been warming up early and finding their feet a little bit.
Definitely. And what do you think, Ray?
Well, obviously, as Jack said, it's all down to planning and preparation. You got to plan for these events, especially if it's as far away as Portsmouth to Stoke. It's not an easy.
It's not
travel,
next door.
So people are going to be here for a couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite like flying to different countries and doing things like that, but it's still a 4-hour drive. It's still going to take things out of you, and I think obviously there's probably a plan.
They must come on coaches or trains or something.
Yeah, there's probably a plan for this kind of thing.
The night, so.
Yeah, of maybe coming here the night before. Obviously, you get a nice rest in, and then you come here fresh in the morning, like Jackson just said, and you just go through your motions, do your workout, and then you get in the ring. But yeah, I think that's one thing that could be quite key is the mental set of some of these guys today.
Yeah, well, you'll see that in the towards the end of the rounds when they're tired and they're beaten up. It's going to be who can actually put themselves mentally in a better position. So I feel like that's going to be a big part.
Oh, we've got some.
Okay, so this is the list.
We've got ring 1,
ring A,
ring
which
A.
I'm guessing is probably going to be the one on the left side.
Yes.
And then ring B.
So first fight we've got Worcester's Laura Scott versus Sheffield Hallam's Dana Ancliff.
Yeah, that's that, and that's in ring 1A. Ring 2B is Oxford's Isabel Nyla versus Manchester's Lucy Cook.
That'll be decent. And then ring 1 again, but the second fight will be Cambridge's Jamil Sarr Flora versus Hallam's Eamon Naim.
Yeah. We've got in ring 2 Nottingham-Trent's Said Jal Sadi, Coventry's Sayi Rafaat.
We're not very good at this name.
Yeah, just
let's hope we're better.
Yeah.
Name pronunciations are difficult.
So
we'll
just disclose.
Do your best, boys.
Third fight is DMU's Lewis Fraser versus Hertfordshire's Mohammed Hobe.
Fight number 3 in ring 2, Durham Izzy Evans, Exeter's Nia Webber.
Number 4 in ring 1A again, and it's Loughborough's Archie Beaston versus QMUL's Ollie Gaskin.
Fight number 4 for ring 2, Northumbria's Callum Brown versus Brighton's Mugbag Chisanga. I can't say these names very well. Sorry to any fighters out there that are probably listening to this. I've butchered your name. I'm really sorry.
Number 5 in ring 1 is Coventry's Warren Gray versus Rafa Samano.
Number 5 for ring 2, Westminster Alex Zendra and Nottingham's Connor McNicholas.
Number 6 is Portsmouth's Nick Tippler versus Jamil Sandham.
Fight number 6 for ring 2, Thomas Collins versus LJMU Tom Atkins.
Number 7 is Dundee's Ben Grant versus Loughborough's Joe Payne.
Number 7 for ring 2 is Sheffield Ricky Webster versus Solent University's Terry Kirby.
Number 8 is Durham's Harold Kalu versus UCL's Pardis Zamale.
Jack and Rue, we've just been told you've got to go to the commentary positions quickly as well, just so you guys get set up. So enjoy yourselves, have a great day. Okay, so back to the list. So ring number 2's fight 8 is Leeds Beck Joseph Jones versus NTU's Robert Lack.
Number 9 is Birmingham's Yousaf Abadan versus Coventry's Jordan Awale.
Number 9 for ring 2, Hallam University's Matthew Smith versus NTU against Dan Warren.
Number 10 is Northumbria's Ethan Taylor versus Leeds Beckett's Richard Roberts Poppen.
Number 10 for ring 2 is Burrell Luke Peters versus Durham Joseph Hall.
And then a final one, number 11, is UWE's Fabio Alzaki versus Cambridge Matt Ashford.
And number 11 for ring 2 is ARU's Deacon Richardson versus Coventry Jesse Albahane.
So we didn't get the Cambridge versus Oxford that we wanted.
No, but we have got 2 other days of fighting.
So yeah, definitely. And
I mean, if anyone goes through on these, there's a few Oxford and Cambridge ones.
Yeah, definitely. So that should be all right.
Yeah, it should pop up.
All be fun. We're passing it the wrong way.
Yeah. There we go. Professionalism at its finest. But yeah, so like we've just said, those are the list of the fights, and they're going to be kicking off very soon. They're going on until quite late as well today.
Till 7:30 tonight, I believe.
Till about 7:30.
Well, depending, there could be knockouts, as we say.
Yeah, obviously we don't know how long some of the fights are going to last. Some fights could be obviously the full 3 rounds. Some fights could be a round, 2 rounds. We don't know.
Definitely.
But yeah, so that's the list of fights. That all of them sounded quite interesting.
Yeah, to be fair, they did.
Some of them, the Brighton fight seems very good. Again, I don't know about Brighton's level of boxing quality.
I don't, to be fair.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a university I would expect. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
I don't want to sound bad.
See, personally myself, I think of the universities. I just think of the boxers that I know of, and it's like Manchester, your Londons, and you don't really think of someone from Staffs Uni going to a GB camp. Yeah, but it'd be quite cool. You never know. It's full of surprises, hopefully.
So yeah, hopefully we're going to have a really interesting sort of 11 fights in each ring. Again, like we said, we're going to be cutting back and forth between ring B and A, so you guys get to see a bit of each fight. And if anything does happen in either fight, we will cover that, so you won't miss anything at all.
Looks like the first
everything's looking kind of busy down there at the moment.
It's looking like something's going to happen.
I think we're going to be up for first bouts very soon. People are just sort of warming up, getting into gear. Should be really interesting days to see how things pan out, really.
It's ladies fighting first, obviously. So.
Again.
So that should be interesting. She's got pink hair, that's all I can see, one of the fighters.
Okay. We're going to quickly replay that VT for you guys about from Dan and Jonathan, just about how they feel the event is brilliant for the uni and just how much of a showcase it will be.
BUCS is the national governing body for university sport across the country, so there's over 100 universities that compete on a weekly basis in over 50 sports. I suppose it's our way that we judge where we are in terms of competing against other universities. Staffordshire University is based in the West Midlands, so we play in the West Midlands League.
Anything that we do with regards to competing on a Wednesday or even over the course of a weekend is all under the umbrella of BUCS.
There's quite a number of boxers who've gone on from BUCS Championships and competed at the Olympics and Commonwealth Games, so some of the stronger universities will bring students along with them who've actually competed either in the trials for the Olympics or will be looking to compete in the next Olympics.
All institutions can get involved. We've got nearly 200 competitors taking part, both male and female. There's going to be a lot of people who are from boxing clubs around the country who will probably be scouting as well, so you can get invited to international camps and things as well. So
yeah, this is absolutely our kind of trial, if you like. We'd love to host more. We're really well placed right in the middle of the Midlands. It's a really good opportunity for us to prove that we can do these kind of events and look to maybe host some of the bigger ones next time around.
It's a huge event for the university. It's a huge coup for the university to hold such a prestigious event.
We've got a boxer coming from the university. It's something we'd like to obviously see more of. It's our first time hosting the event, so hopefully over the years we'll grow that boxing club year on year, and hopefully at one point we'll get a winner out of it.
As far as I'm aware, we've not done many events like this, if any, in the past. So to have such an event like this just shows that we can start showcasing Staffordshire University and the facilities that we've got and also the fact that, you know, we are putting sport back on the map essentially in Staffordshire and Stoke-on-Trent. So yeah, it's a fantastic opportunity.
Okay guys, so we are back from that obviously quick VT from Dan and Jonathan here at the Sports Centre. It's Stanley Matthews Sports Centre, and we're just seeing some people really warming up at this moment in time.
I've seen gloves being put on, and
yeah, there's some sort of, you know, pads being punched, people in ring gear. This is what I can see from sort of my, like, you guys can't see us at the moment, but you will in a bit. So yeah, we're just getting ready for the first sort of couple of fights coming up, which are going to be really interesting.
Yeah.
We've got, again, just to reiterate, in ring 1A, we're going to have Laura Scott from Worcester and Highlands Dana Ancliff.
it's Worcester, not Worcester.
Shut up, man.
Sorry, I had to do that to you.
I know you did. So, Oxford's Isabel Nyla versus Manchester's Lucy Cook in ring 2B. So they're going to be the first two fights
So
up.
that should be good. It should be happening any minute. It's looking like a lot of action's going on down there.
We can just see, like, obviously some punches being thrown and stuff. It's going to be a really interesting day. It's going to be a very long day as well, guys. We've got so many fights. I think it's 11 fights in each ring, so 22 in total.
22 fights in total.
Yeah.
So it should be good. And then obviously it'll be half that tomorrow.
Yeah, again.
And then half that again on.
Yeah, again, we're back in tomorrow as well as Sunday as well for the finals, kind of championship kind of stuff. But yeah, it's looking really interesting. It's looking absolutely amazing. If you guys want to come down, I think they're selling tickets, aren't they, for like £2 or something?
It's something like that, yeah. But it all goes back to BUCS, which is great.
Yeah, which again puts money to run events like this back into, so we can have more things like this.
Just
more great showcases.
Definitely the biggest thing that's happened at this uni, I think, ever.
Yeah, I think this is a massive event. It's the biggest thing I remember for the 3 years I've been here.
Not just sport either. Like, I mean, anything.
For us in general, as a media crew, it's fantastic. It's just brilliant to be around as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be
Yeah, it's going to be a great day. And yeah, again, like we said, if you guys want to come along and watch, it's the Sir Stanley Matthews Sports Centre,
which is just behind Leek Road venue and all the shopping.
And I think it's like £2 a ticket. It might not even cost money for tickets. We're not really sure.
We're not sure on the price.
On that kind of.
We will get back to you on that.
Yeah, if we find out about it, we'll tell you.
Yeah,
about
definitely.
Because there are sort of some seats about and stuff like that. So yeah, again, if you guys want to watch, again, like we said, there's going to be some brilliant boxing on display.
Yeah, a lot of young talent.
Yeah, you guys could see the next, Anthony Joshua's, Mo Farah. Well, not Mo Farah.
Mo Farah. Is he going to?
You know where your mind just kind of
that
goes,
really famous
say the
boxer.
word Mo Farah,
that really
because
famous
that's
boxer.
a boxer.
Yeah, it's like that really famous boxer Usain Bolt as well.
Yeah, I know. Joe, that'd be a quality fight.
Oh God!
Can you imagine Mo Farah?
They'd just be running around.
Usain Bolt.
They
never tire. Well, Mo Farah might not.
No,
Usain Bolt.
But he will get caught up.
Oh yeah,
he will get caught up.
maybe the first few rounds would be very Bolt. I don't know why we're just going off on a tangent here, haven't we? Anyway, back to the actual things at hand here. Everything's looking pretty set up, getting ready to go. I think they're just getting
talks off the officials.
Yeah,
now.
I think it's just words from the officials.
Judges are sat in their places. So starting very soon.
So we are. Yeah, we're literally just waiting on the officials at the moment. Everyone seems ready and up for it. It should be, like we said, an absolutely fantastic day. Hopefully, these first two fights are going to be brilliant. A great way to open the day as well. And once we get underway, that's it, and we'll be all sorted. So we're literally just waiting on the officials. I think that's all coming to an end now. Again, the other fighters as well are seeming very much quite relaxed as well, some of the other fighters.
Yeah,
we're just having a look around.
They are, not having a lounge. They're all just sitting there waiting, chilling, really, which is... I don't know if I was going to fight in a boxing match, obviously me being the world champion, I'd be doing my punches on the pads, I'd be doing shadow boxing.
I've just received word we're going to start in about 5 or 10 minutes, and once we start, I think we'll chuck you over to the commentary team, so you guys will be able to obviously hear what's going on and see what's going on. I think this is going to be absolutely brilliant. I think these first two fights, the fighters, they're going to come straight out of the gates.
They've got the first two fights are going to be the hardest, I reckon.
Yeah.
In the way that opening an event, it's.
Well, do you feel there's a bit of added pressure because you're opening an event?
Yeah, it's
no one wants to lose at any point during the day. But I mean, to go out first,
there's always going to be a loser.
Yeah. I mean, obviously someone's got to lose like every time, but I mean, like first, you don't want to go out first. No one wants to go out first. So I think you're going to see some very serious kind of boxing for these first two fights because no one's going to want to go out first. So we're going to have some like serious stuff going on here. Everyone's just kind of getting kitted up. It's quite, again, like we said, once we get underway, it'll be a lot quicker. But like we said, there's over 200 fighters here, guys. So getting everybody sorted out and prepared is a mission.
There's a few things going on at the sidelines.
Okay, so we're going to say goodbye to you guys quickly, and the commentary is going to start in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Welcome everybody to the BUCS Boxing Championships live here at Staffordshire University. First fight of the day is Laura Scott versus Dana Ancliff. It's a positive start here from Ancliff in the blue. Lands a good right hook to the side of the head. Lands again with a good jab. And in the early going here in the first round, she's landing the much better shots. She seems very powerful. As the referee misses, standing count. The match is back underway. Another good jab again from Ancliff. Ancliff's looking much sharper here in the early going. It's a rally back by Scott. Well, the punch is not having too much damage. Another good jab from another counter administered here. And it's all over. It's all over. The winner of the first fight is Dana Ancliff. So, Roo, what's your impressions of the first fight?
I thought that was a very impressive first round end stoppage, wasn't it? That was really impressive. Good pace. It just didn't look like the other opponent could keep up with it.
Oh yeah, Jackson. I think I told you. Actually, say boxing. Jackson, winner. Ancliff. Dana Ancliff. That's the winner. Dana Ancliff. Yeah, he's good.
The referee's got a contest. The winner is
Go pizzazz, man. That's the pizzazz. Jackson, what's the pizzazz? Are we still? So, as we were saying, obviously it was a good first fight there.
Yeah,
Dan Ancliff looking very, very impressive, landing the bigger shots with much ease.
Incredibly impressive. Just looked like Scott couldn't keep up with it. Yeah. Obviously got caught out and ultimately suffered.
I think one thing that seemed quite obvious from the moment that Ancliff landed her first jab, the power was there, and I think that perhaps caught Scott off guard. I don't think she'd quite been hit like that before. She certainly seemed a little bit overfaced by it.
She seemed to be rumbled by that one. Maybe wasn't expecting it so early on, and never was able to really recover. Legs were going a bit. Obviously, the count started relatively early, and it's just unfortunate because she had some potential, just wasn't landing anything, was just outmanoeuvred, and Ancliff was just too quick, too powerful, too impressive.
And we can see here at ringside that she is quite upset. However, there's absolutely nothing to be ashamed of.
She felt
a good fighter at the end of the day. And
visibly
wish her all the best moving forward.
She'll come back stronger, better.
Absolutely. Sometimes you have to learn to lose before you learn to win.
Absolutely. Yeah. And as you said, there is no shame in losing.
Absolutely. Certainly Dana Ancliff looked very impressive.
Yeah.
And Sheffield Hallam University looked like they might have a good boxer on their hands there.
We'll look forward to seeing her in this competition.
Absolutely.
See if she can progress any further.
So now we are going to move over to ring 2, where it seems we're preparing for the next fight. We have names. Names. I'll take a picture. So in ring 2, representing Oxford, we'll have Isabel Nyla boxing out of the red corner against Manchester's Lucy Cook.
This is going to get underway very shortly. They're just gearing up now, as we can see. Lucy Cook is in the ring first, getting a headgear on. Pizzazz. So, who do you think is going to be running away with this one in this fight?
It's hard to say. Obviously, the Oxford girls have looked very, very lively in the warm-ups. They certainly looked up for it. Haven't seen much of Lucy Cook earlier today, however, as they both get into the ring, neither one looks like they're particularly psychologically better than the other. So we'll certainly, could be an interesting fight on our hands here.
I am really excited. So it looks like.
So in ring 1 now, we've got Kirby to the middle side for Webster, Ainson and Naim.
Jackson. This ring as well.
He's done that one. So it looks like we're just about to get underway here in ring 2 with Isabel Naylor and Lucy Cook. So it looks like we are set here now in ring 2 for Naylor versus Cook.
Doing this one. And it's Faridi and Naim in ring 1 now. Faridi starts very lively and lands a great one too.
Heavy punches.
And they tie up in the middle of the ring.
Wow. Early pace.
Faridi showing some very fast hands early on here. And again, tries to land an uppercut that narrowly misses Naim.
They're both throwing heavy bombs to start with.
Absolutely, it's a very, very frantic start here. Naim perhaps looks more comfortable in terms of the shot selection.
Nice combination there thrown.
The referee advised them to watch the back of their heads with their punches.
Naim
a good one too from Naim. Naim landing some good bombs early on.
Faridi seems to be in trouble here. Cambridge's Faridi is in trouble.
It's a very, very fast-paced fight.
Very impressive from Sheffield Hallam's Eamon Naim.
What I will say about Faridi, he needs to box a little bit more behind his jab. Perhaps try and create a bit of distance, but he has been caught here.
This can't go on much longer. Cambridge's Faridi is looking leggy. He's been caught with a few shots.
Yeah, he needs to try and get a jab underway, establish his jab.
Visibly tired now, it's taking its toll. He comes back, he keeps moving his feet. He's a tough cookie, this guy.
Absolutely, he's taking some big punches early on here.
But Naim has just looked superior. What he needs to do now is just
Naim's
recover,
keeping a much
move those
tighter
feet.
guard. He's back up against the ropes. There's some good footwork by Naim to get out the corner.
He needs to keep his hands up now. Keep circling round, get your breath back.
Faridi's left hand is very, very low. Obviously with that left hand being so low as well, it opens him up for a right hand over the top.
Faridi is by no means out of this now. It looked like he was in trouble at the beginning, but he seems to have, he's got the centre of the ring, forcing Naim against the ropes.
One thing that we might have seen is both boxers obviously starting so fast, they may have tired themselves out. They might be waiting on the round coming to an end now.
They just need to settle down now. There we go, another clean punch.
And over in ring 2, we've got Naylor and Cook. Both engaging in a good scrap in the middle of the ring. Picking their shots, timing their shots well.
Nice jab there by Lucy Cook. Good head movement.
Oh,
She's
a stumble from Cook.
She's regained it. Cook has regained it after a powerful punch there by Naylor.
As we go to a break in ring 1, we're still here with you live on ring 2.
With Oxford's Isabel Naylor versus Manchester's Lucy Cook.
And it's a good jab from Lucy Cook.
Some great technique being displayed here. Both waiting for their moments, picking the shots. Naylor tried an overhand right. Nice straight jab.
Nice
straight jab. It seems like whatever Naylor throws, Lucy Cook will retaliate.
Lucy Cook certainly seems more energetic. She's moving very, very well.
And there we
go.
go.
Comes to a break as well.
That's the end of the first round in ring 2. Both fighters looking very impressive in the opening rounds.
And we're back underway in ring 1 for the second round. As both fighters come together. It's a great jab from Naim to start the fight, start the round.
Just wonder what their cornermen have said to them, to improve what they can see from the corner.
Well, one thing that Naim did very well was come out and throw a strong jab right down the pipe. It'd be interesting to see how Faridi changes his strategy following on from the first round.
Faridi's hands they seem to be quite heavy.
Yeah.
There's no sharpness in his attack,
Yeah.
whereas visibly Naim is just catching him.
Naim, there was a
Very
lot
quick.
of snap in all of Naim's punches.
Very impressive. I think both of these guys are just going for the headshots. They need to work the body to tire them out.
Absolutely. But based on what we've seen so far, I would certainly have Naim ahead on the scorecards.
There we go. Body shot there by Naim.
There's another good punch as well from Naim.
Lovely shot to the head of Faridi.
Naim just seems so much more comfortable boxing out of the centre of the ring. And on the odd occasion that Faridi does get him up on the ropes, he uses his footwork to get out of the way. And overall, he's looking much sharper. Another good jab from Naim. Another.
His left jab is his strong point, obviously, but he's also got a lethal right hook.
Absolutely. The jab is certainly causing problems for him.
It's finding its marker. And again, there we go. Here comes the count.
It's a standing count for Faridi, for Naim.
There we go. Got to wait.
He makes it from the standing out count.
Faridi now needs to keep his hands up.
And it's another good jab.
We see smart
Faridi's
boxing
in trouble
now.
here.
Smart boxing from Naim.
Naim has certainly rattled Faridi here.
There you go. Referee just having a word with Faridi there. And now Faridi is looking very tired.
He is indeed.
Very tired.
I think it's safe to say a lot of the big shots that he's taken from Naim in his first sort of
They're taking its toll
round,
now.
second round, I feel as though they've definitely taken their toll.
Referee's having another word with Faridi.
He's trying to get in close. He's trying to tie him up when things get too much for him. And I think, if nothing else, it comes across as Naim's a superior boxer. And it's another standing out count here.
There we go. It's the count.
And the referee calls it off.
That's it. It is over.
Sheffield Hallam University's Ailman Naim is superior.
Very impressive.
In this fight. It was very impressive from the young man. Second round. Round stoppage. Yeah, second round stoppage. Jackson, just get ready to announce it. Naim won second round. Naim won second round.
So what do you make of that fight then?
Well, I think it's safe to say that right from the early going, Naim did look superior. He found his jab much earlier on than Faridi did. And just seemed to have better technique. What?
And the winner everyone. In the blue corner was
Now we're back in ring 2 with Isabel Naylor and Lucy Cook, just coming in for their final round, I believe.
Yeah, final third round.
Cook is on her feet, as is Naylor.
And we're underway with the third and final round in ring 2.
Cook's got the movement, gets caught there. Comes forward, throws the jab.
Another good jab from Cook.
There you go, nice double jab.
One thing that I will say about Cook is she doubles up, triples up on that jab very, very well, and she certainly finds a lot of snap in it as well.
It seems to be her favoured shot at the moment. To see if that can open up another door there. Oh, look at
it's a
that.
fantastic
Phenomenal.
jab.
Finds its way through the guard there of Isabel Naylor and lands plumb on the mouth. And again.
And once again.
Cook throwing some dominating hits here. looks more energetic, more movement.
Absolutely.
Nyla looks a bit fatigued. Still standing, just very, very static.
And I think you can definitely tell that she's a University of Manchester girl, Lucy Cook.
Yeah.
Obviously a great fighting city, and she's showing superior skills here today.
Nyla needs to start moving her feet, otherwise she's going to get caught. She still comes forward though, throwing some punches, but they're very tired hands now. Heavy hands. Ooh, lovely. Lovely.
And standing 8 count now.
Phenomenal shots there from Manchester's Lucy Cook.
And the referee waves it off. We have our first stoppage here.
In the third round.
It's Lucy Cook the victor over Oxford's Isabel Nyla.
Fantastic fight and well deserved there by Manchester's Lucy Cook.
It's the third round TKO. Nothing wrong.
Winner in ring 2 is Manchester's Lucy Cook.
Definitely when you announced it. Do you know what I mean? And we're underway here in ring 1. Fraser starts fantastically well. Absolute flurry from Fraser. Fraser started early, throwing some absolute bombs to the body. Looking for some heavy hitting combinations here early on, Fraser.
He's got to be careful though that he doesn't tire himself out early on from those big hits and heavy flurry.
Certainly moves well. He's trying to come inside and really pick his shots off. That was a good counter right by Sayi.
Brilliant movement there from Lewis Fraser, managing to dodge most of Saib's attack there.
We did say in the build-up today that Lewis Fraser was looking very, very sharp when he was warming up and preparing. He certainly looks up for it now in the ring. That's a nice 1-2 from Fraser. That's another good left hook there from Fraser. And so he's backed up on the ropes here. Fraser started very well. He's certainly showing some good body work here, throwing lots of shots to the body, trying to wear his opponent out. But one thing he does need to be careful, of course, is tiring himself out. Certainly throwing some big punches. Can he sustain it should this fight go 3 rounds? Well, we will have to see.
Lovely shot there.
Fantastic shot.
Lewis Fraser.
Backed up against the ropes now, Fraser's backed up Sayi. Sayi ties up. One thing that I will say is that Fraser certainly looks the more powerful of the two. Just generally a stronger man, although Sayi has got a fair bit of snap in his punches when he manages to land. Fraser very much a pressure fighter though, coming forward and picking his shots off. Likes to come inside and throw, and it's a great body shot from Fraser. A superb left hook to the body, as the referee administers standing out count, and I don't think Sayi's going to get up from this. He manages too late on, but another one of those. It's a fantastic punch there to end that first round, and Sayi is still feeling the effects of that left hook to the body. It was a superb bomb from Fraser.
So what do you make of that first round?
I think Fraser certainly started the more powerful, but he was caught with a couple of punches in the middle of the fight, and then obviously that big one that drops Sayi later on.
Absolutely. We'll take you over to ring 2 now with Trent's Saeed Jalal Saidi versus Coventry's Saeed Rafaat. And both start very quick. It's been a common theme so far, hasn't it? Quick starts, quick out the blocks, and then they start to realise that maybe that isn't the best method, as they do get very tired very quickly.
There's a lot of explosiveness in that ring on Swan play.
The referee's just having a word with Saidi now of Trent.
And we're back underway in ring 1 as well now. And over in ring 1A now, fight is back underway. Fraser once again controlling the centre of the ring and trying to pick off his shots.
What I will say is that Zoeib has come out with some vengeance. You can see his facial expressions now as he's throwing. Seems to be that the beast has been awoken.
And I think they might have wisened up slightly to the bodywork now of Lewis Fraser after getting dropped with that big left hand late in the first round.
It's taken him 1 round to wake up, but now he's certainly in this fight.
Obviously that will mean though that he will be behind on the judges' scoring.
But Fraser still just cuts a dominating person, doesn't he?
Very much loves that Ricky Hatton left hook to the body as well. Comes inside and really throws some punches.
There you go, he's going for a lot of body work.
Of course, that is the punch that dropped him at the end of the first round.
Obviously, the body work will open up inevitably when they drop their hands to protect their body.
One thing that I would like to see Fraser doing a little bit more of with this body work is perhaps snap a jab first. I see he's claiming a low blow. And I come forward, start again. As I was saying though, Fraser, I'd like to see him throw a few more jabs maybe through the guard, snap his head back and then open up the body shots a bit more.
I think Fraser can sense something big coming here. He's very fast off. He's throwing with some
pummeling with those left hooks to the body. How many of them are landing though, I'm not quite sure. One thing's for certain, when they do land, they hurt.
Nice little head movement there from Sayi.
I think it's safe to say that Sayi's perhaps been dragged into the type of fight that he doesn't like.
Absolutely. But what I would like to see now from Fraser is composure, picking the smart shots.
Yeah.
Instead of going hell for leather on Saib's arms. Just pick those smart shots. But he does not like getting hit on the body at all, does he?
Absolutely. I think Fraser sensed that from the opening bell.
He's now targeting.
He's certainly tied Sayi out with his body shots, that's for sure.
There we go, he's moving in again, just constantly working the body. As you said, not sure how many are landing clean, but they do add up and they do hurt.
Absolutely.
There you go, straight back to the body.
Every time he's coming inside that jab and trying to land the left. It's a great overhand right from Sayi.
That's the end of the second round.
End of round 2 in ring 1. So he was definitely feeling the effects of these body shots. His mouth is wide open as he goes into his corner.
Phenomenal round though, once again.
It's fantastic.
Such a high calibre of athletes that we have here.
Fantastic. And I think this is one that will certainly leave spectators at ringside speaking about for the rest of the day.
At what point, what do you say to your fighters? What do you say to your boxers in this time period that you have with them?
I mean, if I was in Fraser's corner now, I'd tell him perhaps to ease up a little bit and try and pick his shots a bit better, establish his jab a bit more because he's throwing a lot of power punches. And as for Sayi, I think what he needs to do is try and land some better counters. He's getting really flustered and getting dragged into a fight that I don't think suits him or his skill set. So I think what he needs to do is perhaps try and use his footwork a bit better and establish his type of fight. That'll be difficult to do now in the last round, but we'll have to wait and see if he can do it.
Absolutely, and here we come for the third and final round. Straight back to the body there by Fraser.
There's some great movement there from Fraser to avoid that right hook, slip the punch really well.
So he just seems to be throwing those wild shots now.
For such a power puncher, one thing that I don't think Fraser does enough of is rolling with punches. If he rolls with his punches and come inside and pick an angle better, I think that might have seen him stop this fight earlier.
Doesn't look like he's quite got the distance right for his jab.
Absolutely.
There we go, right hand hits Lewis Fraser on the face there. One of the cleanest shots we've seen Sayi throw today.
Part of me wonders if Fraser's got a little bit overconfident with the body shots, obviously having dropped Sayi early on. Although Sayi is hurt here now. Does fantastically well to get out the corner line from Fraser. I think it's safe to say really this has been a fantastic fight so far.
Absolutely.
Fraser warned again about use of his head. He is coming in with his head low. Nice punch here from Fraser.
And Mohamed Sayi does have the longer arms, so I'd like to see him use them to his advantage.
Yeah. Well, this kind of goes back to what I was saying, using his footwork and his jab, picking off the right counter punches, because at the moment he's allowing Fraser to get up close and personal, and that is the fight that Fraser wants. He's getting up close, coming inside, and he's letting shots rip at that body, and that's where he got hurt first round. He's fighting with his hands low now, Fraser. He definitely senses that he can cause some problems here.
Still not smart though. If you wanna, you could get caught out very easily.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Just starting to think now whether Lewis Fraser has slowed the pace tactically or if he's saving his energy because he's feeling the effects of all those heavy shots he's been throwing.
Yeah. I think it's safe to say that Fraser's ahead. It's a better round from Sayi, but it's come too late for me, to be honest. It'd be interesting to see how the judges score it. Coming into the final seconds now. And that's everything now in ring one. Lewis Fraser and Mohamed Sayi putting on fight of the day so far. It's certainly a good dust-up.
It's the first one that's gone the distance as well.
It was indeed. And now it's over to ring two. It's over to ring two. This one's gone to the judges. Are you announcing it? Okay. And back over to ring two, where we have commentaries Rafaat against Nottingham-Trent Sayi.
Nice body shots there by Trent Sayi. Good footwork there, managing to avoid the shots of Rafaat.
Jackson's coming up now, I've just seen him come up.
And everyone by unanimous decision and red colour Lewis Fraser.
Obviously it's announced there that in ring one, Lewis Fraser the victor. Over here in ring two, Sayi and Rafaat still going at it here in the third round.
Looks like it's going to go the distance.
Neither man particularly outclassing the other in this one.
Both
Rafaat with a great shot there though.
Both still look like they've got a lot of energy to use here.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Trent's Sayi pushing forward there with a few shots of his own, forcing Rafaat up against the ropes. Both now back in the centre of the ring. Haven't really seen a clean shot landed so far.
No, indeed. There's not been many great combinations thrown either, that's one thing that I will say.
But mostly brushes,
Absolutely,
I feel,
yeah.
that have been thrown. But only they'll know how much they hurt.
Need to perhaps pick each other's shots a bit better. And they are boxing at a distance a lot of the time as well. They're not really coming inside and getting up close.
Maybe that would spell a bit of uncomfortable in the ring there.
Rafaat complains about a shot to the back of the head. It's a wild attack there from Sayi.
Sayi does look the more physically dominant of the two. And there we go.
And that's it for that, right?
Third round over.
This is going to the judges, so someone might want to run down that card.
What do you make of that fight in ring 2 then, Jack?
Well, from what we saw, I'd certainly say that Rafaat, as sharp as he looked at times, Sayi was certainly more physical. And going to the judges' scorecard, it's going to be quite a close fight to call.
Absolutely, absolutely. Fantastic performance from both boxers.
Absolutely, and I think early on today we really have seen some quality on show.
Can't wait for the next couple of days.
It's going to be fantastic.
And the rest of this, we've got to get through the rest of this day first.
We'll have coverage all weekend on Staffs TV and OMG Radio. We're waiting on the announcement for the winner in ring number 2. The scores are just being gathered.
Just got a delay on the scorecard here.
So it was a split decision, and it was Sayi in the blue.
Keep rising this week because that battle. Jackson.
In ring 1 now, we've got in the red corner, Lucas Archieson versus King and Nyla on Gaskin in the blue.
Getting underway here now in ring 1. Loughborough's Archie Beatson versus Ollie Gaskin. It's a good start here from Beatson in ring number 1. He's got Gaskin up on the ropes here.
So who's looked the most impressive so far then, Jack?
Beatson certainly started sharper, a lot quicker on his feet, although Gaskin now backing Beatson up slowly but surely towards the corners, towards the ropes, where it looks like he's going to be trying to land the bigger punches. Certainly seems stronger in terms of his body type and build, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that. Could be an interesting fight. Seems that both men are just feeling each other out early on here. No significant openings.
Beatson just walked straight into a jab there. Yeah. It's like he was coming forward, but just put his face in front of his opponent's hands.
One thing he's not doing is keeping that right hand up, which will invite the jab.
It looks like they're both concentrating on throwing big hits instead of short, snappy ones that wear your opponent down.
Yeah.
If you see an angle, you've got to go for it. Just.
And obviously, Ruiz, you'll full well know as well, if you don't keep that right hand up, that invites that jab. It's as if you're making a phone call. You protect that head at all times. And that's one thing that I would say that Beatson isn't doing very well here.
I'd like to see Gaskin throw a few more jabs,
same
combinations, just to let his opponent Beatson know that he's actually there. There we go. Nice right hand, followed up by a left hook.
There's a great left hook to the head.
Left hook there finds its mark on Beatson. And then again, Gaskin pushing forward.
Beatson here showing, is it a slight cut?
Yeah, he's got cut on his face there. You can see it starting to swell up around the bottom of his right eye.
That could be very, very dangerous. It might be something that Gaskin looks to exploit.
This is what I wanted from Gaskin. Throw a few more combinations. And that's what he's doing, and he now seems to be in control here.
And you can see Gaskin looking to attack that cheek under the eye.
Beatson just didn't seem to want that, and he now knows that he's in a fight.
Absolutely.
He's not dictating it anymore, he's now got to play smart.
Absolutely.
Maybe he'll respect his opponent now. There we go, end of round one.
There's certainly a cut or some sort of contusion under that right eye from Beatson. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on him in the corner, see what they look at.
So after Beatson looking like he was visibly dominating the first round and then taking that barrage, what would you say if you were the corner man there? What would you say to him?
I think what Beatson needs to do is establish his jab and then look to land a few more combos. One thing that Gaskin's doing very, very well is make it an ugly fight up close and land the combinations at the right time. That's how that welt beside the right eye's come about. And I think if Gaskin can carry on doing that, that's going to spell trouble for Beatson over the course of the 3 rounds.
Interesting that there's no stool in the corner of Archie Beatson. He's electing to stand. Do you reckon that plays into their game plan?
Well, it's a little bit of psychology. I know that boxers of days gone by, some of them would stand in the corner rather than sit down to try and sight their opponent out a little bit and say, look, I'm fitter than you, I don't need to sit down, I'm going to stand here, I'm going to get my water, and then I'm going to come out and I'm going to fight you.
Let's see if Gaskin can keep up this impressive barrage, and he's finished strong at the end of the last round after a slow start. Oh, there we go. Good combination there from QMUL's Ollie Gaskin.
That's a great right hook to the side of the head. Beatson starting to look a little bit leggy.
Does not enjoy getting hit in the face.
No,
I mean, that's an obvious statement.
Well, I think any boxer's got to be prepared to be hit in the face, and it certainly seems like Beatson...
Take a few before you can throw a few.
Exactly. It certainly seems that Beatson doesn't like that, or isn't as used to that as Gaskin is.
Right.
Gaskin certainly seems a bit more ring savvy.
This has been a phenomenal fight so far. It's one of these ones that you don't want it to end, but you have to watch it go all the way.
Absolutely.
I'd like to see a bit more body work from these two gentlemen. Throw a few body shots, go downstairs, and finish up with a headshot. Beatson pressing forward.
It's a good left hook from Gaskin in the pale blue. Beatson comes back with a good left hook of his own. He got tagged there on his way in. And this is developing into a bit of a scrap room.
Loughborough's Archie Beatson looks more fatigued out of the two.
Beatson in the purple vest and red gloves, certainly looking more tired.
Nice body shot there from Beatson.
But was there enough power behind it? It certainly seemed like Gaskin just walked through it.
Well, that might be down to his conditioning. That could be all those hours in the gym.
Indeed. It landed, it will count as a scoring shot, but how much damage did it do?
Well, it might get to that stage of the fight where it's not about how much damage it does, it's about if it lands and it gets on the judges' scorecards.
Absolutely.
I'd like to see a change of pace from Beatson now. He's been too lethargical since being visibly damaged by Gaskin's attacks.
He's certainly done better in this round than he did in the first round, though. We have to give him that.
Absolutely.
Whatever he was told in his corner has worked.
The skill level is very high.
Absolutely. Gaskin very much comes across as a tough young man, though. And I think it will take some superior boxing from Beatson to be able to get ahead on the scorecards here.
Both concentrating on throwing the heavy shots.
As we're coming into the final seconds of round 2 here in ring 1.
Gaskin pressing forward now.
Gaskin's got him up on the ropes.
He's finding his shots, and that's it.
As it comes to an end of the second round.
Phenomenal round there from both guys. Hard to see who edged that one.
So, Rune, how do you see this fight going so far?
It's hard to say. I mean, after an impressive start by Beatson, he seemed to have been put on the back foot a lot. Gaskin started to find his rhythm, letting a lot of shots go. And again, Beatson standing up.
Although he's taking big gulps of water and gasping for air, you have to wonder if taking the shots that he has taken from Gaskin might have taken it out of him.
What would you say the game plan is now for Beatson in going into this final round?
Beatson going into the final round. Again, don't get dragged into a fight. Don't get dragged into a fight. I feel like it's very easy at amateur level. Obviously, people tend to want to get in there, show a good work ethic. I think it's very easy to get dragged into that sort of fight. And the referee's just checking out that cut on Beatson's face, that cut that we talked about first round, and back underway. Especially with that cut, don't get dragged into a fight.
I'd like to see him utilise his footwork a lot more. Move out of the way of those shots, step back, step to the side, slip a few. Just doesn't seem to be utilising his physical attributes here.
I think Gaskin looks more comfortable in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
another body shot, he just eats it.
And that might very well influence the judges as well. Beatson, you can tell he's been bothered by something, whether it's the cut, whether it's by the physicality of Gaskin. It's hard to say, but it's safe to say that Gaskin looks much more comfortable in there in the ring.
Let's not take anything away from Beatson though. He's put up a fantastic fight.
Absolutely.
Hands are down now. He looks very tired.
Yeah. Good parry there from Beatson. But shots are starting to find their way through a little bit more going into this last round. And it's a right hand and a left to the head from Gaskin. Oh, it's a good right to the side of the head by Beatson.
That'll be ringing in his ears. I'd like to see more combinations out of Beatson now.
One thing that he's doing, when he gets backed up on the ropes, he tends to freeze. He doesn't throw enough punches in situations where he's backed up and Gaskin's coming forward. Throw something, don't stand there and let him come closer. Throw something, stop him from getting in close, because that's the type of fight he wants.
He'll be disappointed with himself, for sure.
Absolutely.
Heavy hands being thrown now by Loughborough's Archie Beatson. The fatigue is showing. Ollie Gaskin just looks like he could go forever.
Yep. QMUL's Gaskin is looking very, very good. It's good right over the top though from Beatson, but again Gaskin comfortably moves forward and lands the punches. He's doing very well to cut off the ring, Gaskin.
As you said earlier, that goes back to him being the more ring savvy of the two.
And I think it shows,
This is where Beatson now has to go give it all.
Yeah.
Go all or nothing. Get up on
whether
that
the judges have
scorecard.
scored it differently to us, I don't know, but I would say Gaskin's won this fight.
I would have to agree with you.
Just with punches like that, little punches, short, sharp hooks that catch Beatson when he doesn't expect it. as we're coming into the final few seconds once again now.
There we go.
And we're all over in ring 1 now.
Now, I think that wins fight of the day so far.
Yeah, I think you can safely say that.
Obviously, one opponent outclassing the other.
What's the introducing to me?
I don't know what's good.
The fourth
And in ring 1, by unanimous decision, the winner is Queen Mary's University of London's Gaskin.
As expected, Ollie Gaskin is victorious in the ring 1 fight.
Just as we thought it would.
I think that fight was...
Okay, so I'm here with Eugene from Nottingham-Trent University. You're the president of the boxing. How do you feel it's going so far today for you guys?
I think it's wonderful. I think the turnout's been brilliant. I feel like the atmosphere is crazy, and there's been some really good fights so far.
What so far has been your personal highlight of the day, bearing in mind we're only 4 matches in?
I think the determination behind every fighter. I think that's been the most impressive. Everyone's here for it. Everyone's here to win it. So yeah, it's.
I mean, the second fight in ring 2 with Fraser was incredible. Like, really went out of the gates. Your fighter lost his fight, didn't he? But you've got other fighters in. How do you feel they're going to fare today?
I hope we're going to get. We've got 2 more boys in. I hope we're going to get 2 wins. But if not, it's all experience. We'll come again next year. We'll try again next year.
So what is the game plan for you guys today? Are you going to come out strong, or are you going to play a bit more of a patience game, to counter kind of game?
I think because this year they're doing a free freeze, we're going to work around more of a waiting game and then press when it's most unexpected. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, everyone's got a plan until they step into the ring.
So how does it feel, obviously, to be represented at an event like this? Do you feel it's great for, obviously, you, like, your universities and stuff, but also how do you feel in terms of the guys you've got in today, their careers? Do you think they could go on further? Or
I feel like we need more events like BUCS. I feel once a year is great, but if we had something like this twice a year, 3 times a year, I think most boys would be ready to participate, and it let boxing grow as in general. Boxing's not such a wide sport, but there are a lot of people involved in it, so it would.
Okay. Any just sort of final comments on today's venue or anything like that?
I think it's just been really good.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
I don't want it.
Okay. And we're back over here in ring 1 awaiting the next fight. That will see Coventry University's Warren Gray against Exeter's Rafaat Samano.
Yeah.
And in ring 2, we'll have Westminster's Zendra against Nottingham's Connor McNicholas. Correction, sorry, it was Northumbria's Callum Brown against Brighton's Mubanga Chisanga. Call boxes.
Coming out of the box to ring 1, please. In blue,
We're just about to get started here in ring 2.
So, Jackie, you ready for another fight?
Absolutely.
Here we go.
What I like already is that Chisanga was very, very quick to come into the centre of the ring. And it looks like we've got a good scrap on here already.
Head down approach there from Northumbria's Callum Burrows.
Callum Brown started well here.
Nice body shot there by Brighton's boxer.
Both trading big punches early on.
Now, Jack, I want to ask you a question. Northumbria's Callum Brown seems to be going in a lot with his head down.
Yeah.
Can you tell me why this is? Why is that an approach that seems to be...
Well, it's very much a style that worked for Mike Tyson, obviously coming in low, making sure he can't get picked off by the taller fighter. One thing that he doesn't really possess is the kind of side-to-side movement that Tyson had. It can be a risky strategy, obviously, because if someone throws a well-timed uppercut and your head's low, that punch has less of a distance to travel and can connect earlier and often does a lot of damage. One thing that Tyson struggled with was fighters with good jabs as well. If you couldn't get past the jab, even jabbing low, he struggled. And I think what Chisanga needs to do to combat that is to stand back a little bit, throw a jab, double up on the jab every now and then, make sure that he can't come in close with his head down, and then a lot of silent lateral movement, step to one side and try and pick off your shots from there. Hit him to the body, open him up and let your shots fly.
Well, thank you for clearing that up for me. I'm now more, I've got a lot more knowledge of the boxing world now, thank you to you. Nice head movement by Brighton's Mubanga Chisanga. And once again, we apologise for any mispronunciations that may occur. We're learning.
As we get underway in ring 1, the action continues here in ring 2. Chisanga's picking off some good shots here, actually. I like the way he's throwing that uppercut to the body, that hook to the body. He seems quite confident in the ring.
Brown just got hit on the chin there. His head recoiled. Don't know if that did any damage to him, but he seems to be slowing down on his pace since receiving that shot.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's given Brighton's Chisanga a lot of confidence since hitting that shot.
Chisanga looks taller with a better reach, and I think that
nice footwork
come into play over the course of the 3 rounds. Shouldn't go that distance because Fraser's already eased up off the gas a little bit, and maybe, just maybe, he's starting to tire.
But there's one thing that's obvious from this fight right now, that there are a lot more combinations being thrown in this one than any fight we've seen throughout the day so far.
Absolutely, they both do look like competent boxers. As that fight comes to an end in round 1. How would you score that from round 1, Roo?
I would score that in favour of Brighton's Mubanga Chisanga there. Purely because he was confident, he had more ring presence, and obviously he landed a few more shots, I feel.
I think Brown certainly threw a lot more shots, a lot of power punches, but whether they were landed or not, that remains to be seen. Obviously the judges might interpret it differently. Chisanga looked confident, was content to stand back and pick his shots, threw a couple of nice shots towards the body, which, had they landed fully, could have spelled a bit of trouble for...
Both very good boxers.
Yeah, both very good boxers.
Both look sharp, ready to throw hands.
Yeah. And Chisanga up very early out of his corner. Very early, and he's ready to box almost straight away, and they come back into the middle of the ring. Oh, Brown lands with some nice punches, nice combination, and again, fantastic left hook followed by a right hook to Chisanga there. One thing I want to see Chisanga doing more of is throwing some combinations himself. He throws good shots, but he doesn't really throw punches in bunches.
Brown is staying busy there.
Meanwhile, Brown is very much looking for those hooks, coming in with a wide stance and trying to let rip some powerful shots.
This is going to be a tough one to call.
Yeah, I would safely say that first round was close, whichever way it did go.
The judges have got a very tough decision on their hands if it goes the distance.
Yeah, definitely. I think Chisanga what could be Chisanga's downfall, he doesn't seem to throw enough punches. If he throws more punches, obviously he's bound to land more scoring shots, and he might very well then find himself as the victor come the end of the 3 rounds. Shouldn't go the distance, of course.
You said that Chisanga's not throwing as many shots, but certainly when he does, they are the harder of the shots being thrown. So
with a good left hook there,
interesting technique there to see if he's easing up on the quantity and he's just working on the quality of the shots he does deliver.
I do like Chisanga's movement as well with his body.
His footwork is very impressive. But he's in trouble here. As Brown moves forward with these devastating shots.
He got caught big time there.
Looks like he's in survival mode now.
One thing Brown's starting to do well is come inside, land a shot, pop back out of range, so Chisanga can't land.
This is a great exchange of punches being thrown here.
Oh, it's a great left hook. And I think Brown is really starting to land the bigger scoring shots here. It's developing into a great dust-up here in ring 2.
Brown is looking a bit tired now with his jab seems to be a bit slower than what it was. Wild miss there by Chisanga. Brown he's been applying pressure on him for the majority of this fight. Never seems to let up on the amount of punches that he's thrown.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the round in ring 2. Now is where you need that motivation from your cornermen.
Absolutely.
They're your 12th man, effectively.
I think both men are due big talks in the corner going into this 3rd round, because this is where we could see it.
Both men are still in this fight. This has not gone. It's not been a one-sided fight. So this is where their cornermen are going to need to tell them to give absolutely everything.
I think it would have been very fair to score this fight a round apiece so far.
3 minutes. All you need to do is give it your all now to try and get that win. Just got to reiterate the sheer quality of boxers on display. It's mind-blowing. You wouldn't have thought, because it's amateurs, obviously people have a preconceived idea of amateurs not being great, but this is
there's some quality boxing on show today. There's some fantastic boxing on show. Obviously, there are significant differences in the amateur and pro games, but every pro started somewhere.
If this is the level of amateur boxing, then the sport is doing wonders.
Absolutely. And we already know that here in this country we do have a fantastic amateur boxing setup. What with Team GB being so successful at the Olympics in the last few years.
Yeah,
we've got Rob McCracken up in Sheffield teaching the GB lads. And obviously he's gone on to move on and train Anthony Joshua. So full of success stories for years to come, I believe. There's a great left hook from Chisanga and then one to the body.
both men now just throwing those hands.
Chisanga with a good left hook.
On the back of the head there, the shot landed by Chisanga. You can see Northumbria getting in the corner of their fighter, cheering him on. As I said earlier, there's a lot of the Northumbria lot, and they're cheering on their boxer, Callum Brown.
Indeed. And he looks good, this Brown. You can see that Northumbria do have a good boxing programme, judging by the numbers they've got here today. And Brown, I think, edges this fight for me just because of the volume of the punches he's throwing and the significant landing shots.
The intensity seems to have dropped, but that's understandable. They've thrown a lot of punches and they've both taken a lot of body shots.
Very, very quickly.
But they're still going strong here. Chisanga with a nice body shot.
Chisanga's thrown nice shots to the body all day, however, sometimes I feel like he's getting caught a bit too far out of range to be able to land them effectively.
As you said earlier, he's got the bigger reach, and you want to see him using that to his advantage. Doesn't have to go in that close. Well, the mouth guard has come out there of Northumbria's Callum Brown. So
Could that be a tactic though, to buy yourself some time?
It looked genuine from up here, but only he will know. Him and his corner man will know that one. But Chisanga looking very relaxed in the corner there, just hanging on the ropes, looking very chilled out. And he steps forward.
And some good punches from Brown. I'd definitely say that Brown's ahead now for myself in terms of the scoring. He's landed the better punches, combinations have been better. He's bunched his punches together much better, much more effectively.
So does knocking out your opponent's mouthguard give you more confidence?
Possibly. I think it really depends. We do see mouthguards come out, fairly regularly now in boxing. It's not. It wouldn't be unfair to say that it's a tactic used by some fighters to buy themselves some time. We saw it recently in the James DeGale Badu Jack fight. I think it's something that does happen. Sometimes you'll get them knocked out, other times boxers will just spit them out to get a break.
And there we have it. It's the end of the fight.
That's it now for round two. It's gone the distance.
It's going to the judges' scorecard now.
So round two here, both boxers just getting wiped down by their coaches in the corner.
It's going to be very unfair on the loser of this fight.
Absolutely, I think
both put in a phenomenal shift.
Going into the second round, it could have gone either way. I just feel that Brown has perhaps done a little bit more in the later rounds to get himself a victory.
From what I saw, they both appeared to be evenly matched for skill.
Oh, for skill, absolutely. For skill, absolutely. And it really could go either way.
They can both put their hands up high. Keep their heads up.
Different judges, of course, look for different things, so it will be interesting to see the way in which this has been scored on points.
And the very team now, the winner by unanimous decision is Northumbria's Callum Brown.
As I suspected, Callum Brown walks away the victor in that fight. And he's very, very happy, but over in ring one now, the action is continuing. It's commentary versus Warren Gray against Exeter's Rafa Samano.
Now, from what I've seen of this fight, Coventry's Warren Gray has been knocked on the floor.
As far as we know, Samano has also hit the floor at some point during this fight. As we await a decision now in ring one.
It's very tense. There's an atmosphere that everything's gone quiet now.
Everyone has gone quiet indeed. That might be down to the fact that Northumbria's boys just won, though, and they've turned their attention to another ring there.
They're no longer cheering because their boys done it.
Good show of respect from both boxers as well. And it's Coventry's Warren Gray that walks away victorious. You have to think that shot that dropped Samano may have made a big impact on that decision.
Another great fight.
Great show of respect from both fighters as well.
There has not been one disappointing fight so far.
Absolutely not, no, I'd agree with that.
And that makes me very happy.
Absolutely. It certainly makes our job easier.
They're absolutely, yeah, that's for sure. And they're putting on a display, and it makes me really, really happy that boxing has come this far.
Absolutely.
At this level.
And I think it's a credit to the university that we were able to host it as well. Some fantastic boxing on display.
Big up Staffordshire University.
And we'll have to move over to ring 2 now as the next fight is kicking off. It will be Westminster's Alex Zendra against Nottingham's Conor McNicholas.
Westminster's Alex Zendra has very flash, sparkly shorts on. Just an observation that I've made from over here at the commentary spot.
But it doesn't matter how good you look in what you're wearing if you can't throw punches, so this should be interesting.
Both of these men look like physical beasts, so this will be a very interesting fight.
Both men do look in absolutely fantastic shape.
They're about to get into
as
it.
the referee explains the rules to them.
I'm on the edge of my toes here. I've already got a good view, but I want to see more.
Touch of gloves here to start the fight. That's what we like to see here at this level, is respect between the two boxers.
No, he wasn't.
Let's see if these flash shorts of Alex Zendra can get him a win.
Very, very interesting here. Zendra, the southpaw, could pose some difficulties.
Conor McNicholas has given him a scrap. He's gone straight up into his personal space there.
One thing that needs to happen, obviously, is that McNicholas needs to be able to find a way past that jab.
Well, Zendra needs to utilise his reach here. Oh, massive overhand there. Landed on his, just under his eye. As we can see, Nottingham's McNicholas is not allowing Zendra to establish that jab early on. Not letting him get the distance.
And that is the best thing you can do. If you can disrupt the rhythm of a southpaw, you're halfway there. You can't let them settle into a comfortable rhythm, comfortable for them to box from. Once that jab starts landing over and over from Zendra, it will make it very, very difficult for McNicholas. This is what he needs to do, is to get up close, get inside and land his shots.
Just an
he has to watch that counter left though. Has to watch that counter left.
Zendra needs to use his technique more with his punches. He seems to be throwing them a bit wide, a bit wild. Looking to hit him harder than he is looking to hit him with multiple shots.
As both fighters tie up here, McNicholas with a good punch to the body. This is unusual here from McNicholas. He seems to have switched stance and then switched back to orthodox. And Zendra now starting to find his shots a little bit more. Nicholas has good movement and he's managed to stay out of the way of a lot of these jabs and 1-2s that are coming his way from the southpaw.
Talk to me, Jack. What have I missed?
One thing I was just saying is that Zendra's settled a little bit more, but McNicholas has managed to avoid a lot of those 1-2s that are coming his way from the southpaw stance. And I'd have to give the first round to McNicholas, to be honest.
That's certainly interesting. He had an interesting strategy from the start. Obviously, it's paid dividends. He's gone up into Zendra's personal space, not allowing him to use his reach and his jab.
Yeah.
And it seems to be paying off. And he now knows that that's working. If he's in that corner, he's got to be thinking, I've taken that round. So he's just got to keep this up now.
It'd be interesting to find out if he's ever trained with or sparred against some southpaws before.
Yeah.
Because obviously Zendra, being a southpaw fighter, 90% of the people that he'll be boxing will be orthodox fighters.
Yeah.
There'll be people that are going to have that left foot forward.
So what does Zendra do for the next round?
He has to establish a rhythm. Because I think McNicholas has unsettled that so far. But over in ring 1, we're looking at Portsmouth Nick Tippler against Cardiff's Jamil Sandham. Tippler here did look very, very lively during the warm-ups today and his preparation. He was very, very much prepared for this by all means.
Just to point out, again, we've got another flash pair of sparkly shorts on display. Tippler there with his name on.
There you go.
He must be serious. So that's the end of that round.
Sandham's here. And again, standing up in the corner. It's something we've seen quite a lot today. Maybe sometimes you can read a little bit too much into it, but...
Well, maybe it's just to get the oxygen into you a lot quicker, because if you sat down...
Possibly.
But he's on his toes, he's jumping around now in the corner.
Just waiting for the boxing to get back underway in ring 1 now.
Do you see this one going the distance, or do you see an early stoppage?
Possibly. I mean, both boxers don't look particularly rattled so far. It's boxing, anything can happen. Sometimes it only takes one punch, but... So yeah, I'm back underway now.
And now we go over to this interview on Staffs TV.
I am here now. Yep, I'm here now with, you guys just want to introduce yourself quickly?
I'm Kat.
And I'm Victor.
Okay, so you guys, you're not fighting this weekend for Exeter. Your opponents were pulled out at the last minute. How does that feel? Like at this moment in time, how does it feel?
It's you've been training for like months, and then you come all the way up, and you expect them to be there because they were on the list like yesterday, and you pay for a hotel and all that. So yeah, it sucks pretty badly. You're really excited.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty obvious by like the looks on our faces. It's just like Kat said, you know, you prepare, you're sort of cutting weight, you're training, and obviously we're university students as well, so we're fitting this in around our studies. So it's quite stressful, and so, you know, we come up and, you know, you're raring to go, you know, you get yourself all excited, you know, you're soaking in the atmosphere, and then at the last minute you find out that you're not boxing. It's not ideal.
It's just gutting.
It's not ideal.
Okay, well at least you guys are still here, you know, you've still got guys fighting and supporting. I think you've won one and lost one so far, haven't you?
Yeah.
So Nina, one of our female boxers, came out with an excellent victory, really good bout. Looking forward to going over it again. And then Rafa, unfortunately, hard fought bout, but unfortunately just lost a decision. But it was a close call.
Yeah. So obviously, what's the game plan for you guys? Obviously, continuing on forward, what's going to be the plan from here? You know, are you going to come out in the next couple of rounds like stronger and like, you know, really go for it, or are you going to be a more controlled kind of think about it a bit more, save your energy kind of thing, and then go for the last kind of round win?
So what, in terms of the next competitions or
next few matches coming along?
Yeah. So essentially, you know, we kind of just, you know, we don't want to kind of like get too downtrodden with the disappointment here. You know, at the end of the day, you know, we train for months and months. There's no need to let that training go to waste. So we'll keep up the momentum with the training. We'll keep up the momentum with kind of like how things go here, and hopefully, if things go well for us, we can use that as a kind of lift to keep us going. But yeah, you know, we'll hopefully get a few more competitions down the line and keep up the good work, I suppose.
Okay, cheers, guys. Thank you very much for your time, and enjoy the rest of your day.
Cheers.
No problem, guys. Bye.
And we're back now in the action, ring 1, with Portsmouth's Nick Tippler against Cardiff's Jamil Sandham. And as we've said...
It's a great left hook to welcome us back from Sandham.
straight away he gets caught by Tippler.
Well, he's lit a fire in Tippler all of a sudden. He's going back with flurries of punches.
Well, Tippler takes the shots to the face very well, and then comes out 10 times harder.
Absolutely, absolutely. For that one punch that Sandham landed, Tippler came back and tried to land 20, so that's an interesting
That's
strategy.
the difference that's separating them at the moment.
I think Tippler's definitely landed more of the bigger shots, and a great show of respect at the end of the second round.
Is it me or does Tippler in that corner there, does he look frustrated with himself?
I think he does, and I think you can see that's what Sandham's corner is saying to him. It's frustrating him that Sandham has managed to get under the skin of Tippler, and I think that was very, very evident from that left hook, which awoke the beast, so to speak, and Tippler came back and tried to land the big punches, but Tippler does look comfortable as well.
Would you say he's frustrated because he's looking for the knockout and he knows he can get it, but it's just not happening at the moment? The shots aren't affecting Sandham as much as he is hoping, and that's why he's frustrated?
It's hard to say, I mean, at this level, it's hard to read too much into people's chins, obviously with the size of the gloves and whatnot, but Tippler does look comfortable in there, and the shots he has taken, they haven't worried him too much, and then the shots he's thrown at Sandham, they haven't really landed. So it could be a little bit of frustration that he's getting tagged and not landing the big shots himself. But obviously there's still a round of boxing left here, and anything can happen.
There we go. Sandham's just getting his distance there. But he's yet to throw a decent combination.
That is one thing I've seen from Sandham, a lack of combination punches.
Combinations are going to ultimately get you points.
Combination score, absolutely,
They're going to help you a lot. You just need to stop throwing the singles. There we go. He's thrown through a 2 there. Needs more intensity. One thing that I would like to see is a bit more body work this fight. It's one thing that we saw used so effectively by Lewis Fraser earlier against Mohamed Saib. Of course, dropping him with that body shot, and I think that's one thing that, particularly at amateur level, it can be underused sometimes. Effective body punching. Tippler just slipped the right hook there by Sandham.
It's very, very hard to score when you're constantly landing people's hands and shoulders, looking for those headshots.
So what do the judges look for when they're scoring?
So the judges will be looking for effective aggression, of course. They'll be looking for shots that are landing, people who are throwing more punches, controlling the ring better, everything like that. Obviously, it's not an easy job for the judges. There's a lot of criticism of judging at amateur boxing level, particularly with the recent Olympics. I think it's something that's definitely they're trying to be more accurate and legitimate with it. Make it fairer scoring overall. Everyone on the same page, looking for the same things. And to be fair, I can't think of one decision today that wasn't the right one.
No, I agree with you. They've done a very good job. This bout seems to have taken a slow.
It's definitely slowed down. It's definitely slowed down. But Sandham breaks the guard there with a good 1-2.
He's starting to utilise that head movement a lot more, and that seems to be frustrating Tippler even more.
One thing I will say, it seems that Tippler's head's dropped a little bit. He doesn't seem as confident as he was in the first 2 rounds.
He's getting hit now. He's getting hit by quite a few of Sandham's shots, and his punches are looking lethargical. There you go, body work, then followed up with the hook to the head.
Leads with a good right straight there.
Starting to look like Tippler might have used everything in his tank.
Possibly.
Only time will tell now.
From what we've seen from Sandham,
I see this one go in the distance.
Oh, definitely.
Unless someone can pull off an upset.
They've both landed good punches.
Not a solid hook there to Tippler's head. His cranium is rocked.
And we're getting a decision over ring 2 now as ring 1 comes to an end. And Conor McNicholas is the victor in ring number 2.
And in ring number 1,
as we await a decision now in ring number 1.
This is your thing though, isn't it? This is your
Start boxing. And Nick Tippler is victorious in ring 1. It was a close fight, it was a good fight. Perhaps showed signs of frustration during the fight, however he has walked away with the victory, although Jamil Sandham can walk away with his head held high also. So Rue, there we have it, the decision. Nick Tippler victorious. Do you think that was the right result from what we saw in that fight?
For the first, well, yeah, I would have given the first 2 rounds to him, but Sandham seemed to have pulled it back towards the end.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he left it a little too late, and Tippler deservedly walks out the victor.
Yeah. And then we're going to go over to ring 2 for more action. As we have Newman University's Thomas Collins versus Liverpool John Moore University's Tom Atchison. The fight is now underway. Both fighters feeling each other out to start with. Not a lot of punches being thrown early on in ring 2. Well, Richardson does just land a good right through the guard. Collins here trying to land some combinations from the centre of the ring. Fighting in a southpaw stance could make it difficult. Of course, Atchison will need to get his left foot out, his lead foot, outside of the lead foot of Collins. But then Collins switches back to orthodox. A very, very interesting tactic. You have to be a very capable boxer to be able to switch stance like that.
Hello.
So Collins at the moment dominating the centre of the ring and pushing Ainson out towards the ropes consistently. One thing that I have noticed him doing is switching stance quite effectively.
Yet to see any impressive shots by either of these two boxers.
No big shots have landed yet.
It's only a matter of time, right?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Both playing it smart, figuring each other out.
Although one thing I'm not too sure about, Collins keeps switching stance, but it seems to be without any real rhyme or reason. He's not switching to southpaw because he's finding a particular advantage with it. So a lot of punches not landing here. A lot of punches not landing.
Good head work there by Collins to avoid the incoming jabs. He's now backed up into a corner against the ropes.
Back to southpaw, but one thing that Ainson did well there was step outside of that lead foot and try and land to the body. That will be a massive, massive key to success for him if Collins continues to switch and box out of that southpaw stance.
Well, Collins is landing some good combinations now. Seems to have picked up the pace, found his mark. Need Atchison to do the same, but that's the end of the first round.
Yeah, indeed.
Hard to score that one. I would have to edge it towards Collins.
You'd edge it towards Collins. Collins threw more punches certainly, and I think.
But we're not judges, so
absolutely.
we don't have that hard
job. Dominated more of the ring. technique-wise, though, it just impressed me the way he tried to box against Collins when he switched to southpaw.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think one thing that Edson needs to do is throw more and certainly land more in the coming rounds, because if this fight continues for the next 2 rounds the way it has done so far, then I do think it'll be an uphill battle for Atkinson on the scorecards.
Atkinson electing to stand up. Interesting, or is that because he's not thrown as many, so he hasn't felt the need to sit down?
I mean, it's something we have talked about quite a lot today.
I feel like I'm going to continue to talk about it until I've got an actual reason of why they're doing it.
Well, it might be something that we can get Ross to ask about on the sofa later with one of the interviews. You know, I do think it could be psychological, as I said. People trying to get in the head of their opponent and say, "I'm not as tired as you are." But then again, maybe they're getting more oxygen into their lungs by standing up, open chest.
Maybe we are reading too much into it.
Perhaps.
But a nice jab there, landing by Atkinson.
Collins certainly looks more energetic coming forward. He's a lot lighter on his feet. He's got those hands moving.
He is moving a lot more, but he's not using the movement to his advantage. So he's just using all his energy early on.
Exactly.
And Atkinson's seen that. He's just standing back and letting him do it.
One thing that he has stopped doing as well in the second round is switch his stance. I wonder if he's been advised by his corner to stop doing that, because when he did switch to southpaw, perhaps unusually, Atkinson seemed more comfortable and knew what to do. He was coming on the outside of that lead foot, getting past that jab and trying to land shots to the body, which most people who have any experience boxing southpaws tell you is an effective tactic.
Well, one thing I have noticed from up here is that Collins has got his mouth open.
A lot, yeah.
So maybe that's suggestive that he has used a lot of his energy, struggling to get his breath back. But Atkinson just looks comfortable.
He does look comfortable indeed, yeah. I was just about to say, it's very comfortable indeed.
And he's now coming forward.
And again, it's that switch to that southpaw stance by Collins. And there we go, back onto the outside of the lead foot, land the punches.
He's opening up to a lot of shots there from switching stance.
I don't know if Collins is really choosing the right moments to switch stance at all. Every time he does, Atkinson takes a moment to size up his opponent, comes forward, slips a shot that comes his way and gets on the outside of that lead foot, and he's landing shots to the body.
He's showing that he can do it, but there's not much point in doing it until you can figure out a way to utilise it.
No.
And I think he's been rumbled there by Atkinson, who's just
it's all well and
figured it
good
out.
being able to do it, as you said, but if you're not doing it for the right reasons, why do it? The best boxers are the ones that waste no motion. You know, the all-time greats, you look at the likes of Floyd Mayweather, there's no wasted movement with them. Everything they do contributes to winning that round or winning that fight. Is Collins really doing that at the moment? I don't know. I don't think it'd be right to say that he is.
I feel like his mindset is, if I stay busy, maybe I'll get some more points from the judges.
Which of course will help. But again, southpaw stance again from Collins. Atkinson's going to move forward now. He'll look to get outside that lead foot.
Just like to see a few more combinations work the body.
And now when Collins does get outside of him from a southpaw stance, he ties him up, which is a smart thing to do. Stops him being caught out by any counters.
The referee just have a stern talking to there of Atkinson.
One thing that Atkinson does need to do, though, is land more punches. He has not landed effectively and cleanly enough in this fight.
That is the end of second round.
Indeed.
He's still electing to stand up there, is Atkinson.
I think it's safe to say that Collins is definitely more tired out of the two.
Absolutely, his mouth is still open, heavy breathing.
His chest is expanding quickly. Atkinson, it's almost casual the way he's chatting to his
hands
corner.
on his hips.
Hands on his hips. Yeah, having a casual chat in the corner. Meanwhile, Collins looks tired. He's fiddling with his gloves. He looks fidgety. He looks uncomfortable.
He does. He's visibly frustrated. He's redoing his gloves there.
And I think it will take. Scoring will be interesting for this fight, because it's hard to really say who's had the clear advantage. Collins has thrown more, but I've been more impressed with the way that Atkinson's boxed.
Absolutely,
So
his movement's been more fluid. It's not less frantic, more professional feel about him.
Yeah, frantic is the right word to use. It has been much less frantic.
And he eats a big. He wrestled to the ground there.
Literally wrestled to the ground by Collins there.
Wrong sport.
And I'll be very surprised if Collins doesn't get a warning here from the referee. underway now.
Brilliant footwork there by Atchison to avoid the jab. Again,
he does look very tight with the way he boxes. Everything. He's wise with the shots he puts. Collins is definitely getting frustrated here.
He's trying to wrestle his opponent to the ground.
Absolutely.
There's 2 scenarios now where he's actually almost put him on the floor.
Perhaps Collins wants a brawl, but Atchison looks comfortable.
I'd like to see him use his hands. He's got them. He knows how to throw the punches. He's just got. There we go. He's got to start doing more of that, more combinations.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think he's starting to realise that he can trade with him if he takes his time and thinks about what he's doing.
I like that attempt there. Good jab to the body was thrown there. Perhaps just come up short, but I think more punches like that need to
Fantastic
be thrown.
head movement by Collins.
One thing that has really impressed me, whether he wins or loses this fight, Atchison, the way he has dealt with Collins whenever he moves to southpaw is absolutely fantastic. It shows a fantastic understanding of what he's doing. There's some good punches here from Atchison. Collins covered up, and Collins again trying to engage in a wrestling match at times almost with Atchison. There's a good jab there from Collins. He gets tagged there as he comes forward. Great body shot from Collins. Again, it's so much more comfortable when Collins switches to southpaw. I don't know if it's just something that he's picked up naturally, if he's a very, very rare left-handed southpaw, so his left hand's his dominant hand, I don't know, but he switches to it, and every time he does, Atchison gets on the outside of him and lands a shot. If it's not working, don't keep doing it, because you will fall behind on the scorecard. It's a good right from Atchison there.
These body shots that Atchison has thrown are starting to take its toll on Collins here. Now exchange some words in the ring.
And there's definitely a little bit of needle between these two.
They have said on multiple occasions that boxing is a sport of punching and not talking. Another body shot by Atchison there.
Collins has impressed me this round. He's impressed me. I think he's used Collins' frustration against him, and he's landed some good punches, some cleaner punches. And of course, those are the ones that the judges will be scoring. It's definitely going to be interesting to see the way this fight's scored. I can see a split decision, a narrow victory.
There we have it.
Over in ring 2 now. Certainly be interesting to see the way in which this fight's been scored.
So who would you give that match to then, Jack?
It was difficult to score, as I said. Personally, I was more impressed by Atchison, but then I could see why perhaps Collins would be scored as the victor. I think he was more aggressive and threw more punches, particularly in the first 2 rounds. Although Atchison, to me, landed better shots at the right moments. And technically, he was superior. He moved around the ring better. And one thing that I just can't get my head around is the way that Collins kept switching stance, because it didn't seem to be for any good reason. He wasn't having great success when doing it, and in fact he was getting hit more, so we'll see.
Well, here comes the result any minute now.
I'm just awaiting the result and we'll soon find out. As I suspected, a split decision. Close fight, strange fight in a lot of ways.
And now we go to the studio where Ross has got Coventry's Warren Gray.
Okay, guys. I am here now with Coventry's Warren Gray. He won his fight earlier. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling quite good, actually. Yeah, it's the first one out of the way, so yeah, feeling quite confident now just to go and get the win, really.
Yeah, I mean, your fight earlier was, you really went for it with obviously the guy from Exeter. You came out of the better there. Is that kind of your game plan for the rest of the weekend? Is just to come out strong, or are you gonna kind of maybe try and conserve your energy a little bit more?
To be honest, this first fight, wanted to kind of see where I was with my stamina. That's time. Well, my coaches always say sometimes you're too laid back. So I said, no, this time I made sure I was active, but every now and again I would just rest a bit and just keep the game plan. Really, before I got in was, keep him off with a jab and then just throw the backhand every now and again. But then I kind of had to adapt to what he was doing. He was coming in a bit over aggressive and reckless, so I just had to punish him really coming in. That's what I was trying to do.
How do you feel about the rest, like your opponents for the rest of the weekend? Do you feel like there might be a few problems there, or do you feel like you're going to go through quite easily to the finals, or how do you feel there?
To be honest, I don't really. Any fight I've ever had is kind of I always do get tired. I can only say it's easy after I've done it, but then when you're there, it's always kind of hard. It's hard to explain. But I'm always going to be tired, but if I come out without getting hit too much, last fight I don't think I got hurt too much, so I could say it was easy. But then again, I was digging deep, so it's not really easy. It's just I do believe I can beat most guys. I can outthink them, and when I try to do.
Okay. Is there anything you trained more so for this tournament? Anything like you worked on more than other bits, or did you just kind of do an all-round kind of workout for this kind of event?
This event in amateur you don't really know your opponents, so you just kind of train all around and just get fit. Really, it's fitness, just to try it. And in the gym, it's just sparring. You spar southpaw, orthodox, so it's just stuff like that. Yeah, you just have to get ready for whatever comes. Really, you don't even know.
Thank you very much, man. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. You must be riding high off your win. Have a great day. We're going to cut back to commentary now for ring number 2, and we will see you guys very soon.
And we're back live here now at the commentary position for ring number 2. Where we have Sheffield's Ricky Webster against Southampton Solid's Terry Kirby. Kirby straight in there, throwing the first punch, establishing his jab. Kirby fights out of a southpaw stance, which obviously based on the last fight, we've already spoken about plenty. One thing that Webster will need to do is get outside of that lead foot. Once again, a lot similar to the Collins and Atchison fight when Collins switched stance. Atchison needed to get on the outside, which he did very well. Be interested to see if Webster can do the same thing here against Kirby.
Well, what I will say is that Webster has thrown the most punches so far. A few of them landing clean. So that'll score him on the scorecard nice and early.
Webster, the taller fighter as well. Be interested to see if he uses that size advantage effectively. Kirby may be hard to hit. Could be very hard to hit here with this stance.
I do like Webster's shoes.
Fantastic.
Sorry,
quality boxing commentary provided as ever.
Very elegant colour. And everyone knows that if you have coloured shoes, you do move 10 times faster.
I'll have to pass that on to the boxers that I do know and say start wearing neon shoes,
it's a
coloured
well-known,
shoes.
Well-known
You might
fact
have more
of life.
success. Back in with the serious commentary now. Kirby back in, Webster up well, trying to land some good punches. Webster's throwing shots. Some of his punches are connecting. Kirby's not really thrown any big shots as of yet, and I'd definitely say that Webster's had the better shots out of the first round so far. The scoring wise, punches are landing. Kirby there trying to find a good left straight. Trying to pick him off at 1-2s now.
He hasn't got the reach to be able to throw those.
He's a bit of an awkward southpaw, really. In the way
There we go. He opened him up, found the space, got inside, threw some body
one
shots.
thing that he does quite well as a southpaw is come inside and then get shots off. But because he doesn't really have a significant. He doesn't have a reach advantage at all here. And he doesn't have a size advantage. So Webster might be able to find some luck there, especially if he steps on the outside and lets shots fly.
I'm pretty sure his corner man will be telling him that. Both men electing to sit down this time.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a little bit different. There's a lot of people standing up today, maybe trying to get a psychological edge over their opponents.
This is something that we do need to find out.
Back underway shortly in ring number 2. Back on the way there in ring 2. Kirby lands a good shot there. And again,
rather fast hands there.
One thing I will say about Kirby is he's very, very tough. When he has been caught, he hasn't slowed down, he hasn't stopped, he's carrying on moving forward and trying to land his shots himself.
Well, that's both that physical and mental element. You can't let your opponent know that you're being hurt by them, so you just got to carry on. And then get to the end of the round and then figure it out.
But then there does come a point when sometimes when punches hurt, they hurt, and there's no way you can't show that. A good punch will hurt. One thing that Kirby's doing well is backing up Webster and making him work.
I'd like to see Webster use his reach a bit more. He's getting
dragged into it with Kirby, isn't he?
He's getting in close. He's been dragged into a game he doesn't necessarily want to play.
Yeah.
All he needs to do is keep his distance, keep
Kirby's
throwing the
doing
jabs.
Very well.
When he gets opened up with a jab, throw a hook.
He's throwing nice 1-2s right down the pipe as well at Webster, and I think that obviously...
He's caught there. Backs him up.
There.
Webster got backed
to the
up
body,
there.
To the body. Bullies him up against Webster. For someone who's got a significant size disadvantage, he's not afraid to get physical in there, Kirby. Advances forward, throwing punches. And I don't think Webster likes getting caught at all here.
He's going to have to figure something out.
Indeed. I think he's not dealing with fighting a southpaw anywhere near as well as we saw Tom Richardson do in the last fight against Collins. And that could be his downfall over the course of the 3 rounds. The first round was close. I think Kirby's winning this fight in the second round.
I have to agree with you.
He's picking his moments better. His shot selection's better, and he's not wasting energy with meaningless punches. But he gets caught there.
He's the smarter boxer.
As the referee gives a standing 8 count to Kirby, who got caught with a left hook. That certainly rung Kirby's bell there. I think definitely hurt. Caught him off guard, I think.
Well, you've always got to be aware, haven't you? Can't let your guard down for one moment. Not in this sport, because you will be punished.
Absolutely.
But he comes forward.
Very fearlessly. He showed no fear as he moved forward there to land those punches. And some good shots there from Kirby. He lands a great left. Another good left hand. One thing that Kirby does have is a bit of power in those punches on that. When he sets up the left straight and it comes across and hits, there's some power in that.
So that's round 2 over and done with.
Standing 8 count aside, you'd have to give it to Kirby, I believe, but obviously with that count being applied, it's hard to say. It's hard to say.
All I can say is I'm glad I'm not the judge.
Absolutely.
It's a very hard decision. Very hard decision.
I think one thing that we need to see more from Kirby is body work.
Absolutely.
If he can land a body shot, maybe come inside, land the right hook to the body, and then if you want to come inside and land a big shot, do that. Come through with a left uppercut, a right uppercut. Open up the angles for those sorts of shots, because those are the punches that in this last round they'll score. Those are the punches that will score.
Do you think they've got rid of their nerves?
Oh,
Do you
definitely.
reckon it's taken them 2 rounds to settle in?
Definitely. I think particularly with the first round, it took a little bit of time to settle in. That much is clear and understandable, I'd say.
Well, there's a big crowd today.
Absolutely. And I'd imagine it'll be even bigger on Sunday.
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic weekend for boxing.
Absolutely. I think if the weekend follows on from what we've had so far today, we're in for a very, very enjoyable time here at Staffs Union this weekend as we host the BUCS Boxing Championships for the first time.
Love it. And Kruber comes.
It's a great flurry here from Kruber. Late charge.
He keeps going. No, Webster does not like that at all.
Kruber's impressed me this fight, I must say. They're starting slowly, both of them. Kruber's impressed me. He's shown no fear.
He's got superior cardio.
Against the bigger man as well. He's really showing no fear. And in terms of moving forward, he's not letting him use that reach advantage, and he throws a big bomb of a right hook.
So what he's doing is he's goading Webster in. He's making him play the game he doesn't want to play.
Making him miss. That's what a competent southpaw does. He'll make his opponent miss. And obviously he has that advantage where he can come over the top with a jab, and that's what he's trying to do.
He's tiring him out, getting him into the clinch of sorts, and then throwing those uppercuts and body shots. And Webster just can't readjust to it because he's in too deep.
Yeah.
It's smart
nice
boxing.
1-2 through the pipe there.
Smart boxing.
Absolutely.
Webster's mouth is open. But Kirby looks very calm. In control. He's waiting for these shots to open up. A wild miss.
That's a great slip and counter punch there from Kirby.
Big mistake there from Webster.
Fantastic.
Shook his head, took his eye off.
He knew as soon as he threw that punch and missed that punch that Kirby was going to come back, and Kirby did.
Should have focused on the
and
fight.
He's applying the pressure now. It's Terry Kirby.
He took his eye off the fight and got caught.
One thing that I do think Kirby needs to do is come to the body and open a shot up for the head. Chop down the tree, so to speak. He's twice your size. Hit him to the body and bring him down to your level. Then come up with a big shot, a hook, an uppercut, anything. Something that's going to wobble him.
It seems to be the strategy and it's paying off.
Is it too little too late? Again, a very, very difficult fight to score. I personally edge it to Terry Kirby. I think he's been the better boxer.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. But that's not to say that Webster hasn't been impressive. The first round, he put on a great display,
Absolutely.
but I think he got caught. He may have used too much energy too quickly, exposed his game plan. But Kirby has just been dominant so far.
One thing that I do keep seeing, that mouth guard is very, very close to coming out from Webster.
There it is, the end of the fight. Now we just await the decision from the judges. Another impressive fight.
It was an interesting fight, and one that will be tough to score. Interesting to see what verdict we get back from the judges here.
And that just adds to the excitement.
We await the verdict in ring 2. And there we have it.
Just as we thought.
There we have it, a win for Terry Kirby, who looked very impressive as we move over to ring 1. Ring 1, where we have Durham's Harold Kalu in the red corner against UCL's Pardis Zalmay.
Over to now, in red corner, lead back is Joseph Jones, and in the blue corner, Nottingham University is Robert Hart.
And we are underway. And we're now underway in ring 2. We have Leeds Beckett University's Joseph Jones versus NTU's Robert Lack. Lack boxing out of the blue corner and Jones out of the red corner. It's a very, very positive start, an aggressive start from Jones.
Both orthodox fighters here.
First time we've seen that in a while in ring 2 as well.
Yeah, no, you make a good point there. I mean, it's going to be interesting, this one.
One thing that Jones does is coming in and then quickly going low,
very
pops
low,
up.
Very low, look
very
at that.
low, very low indeed.
I mean, he needs to avoid getting a knee to the chin there.
Absolutely.
He's going in dangerously close with his head.
But one thing that will make it difficult, obviously, with Lack being the taller man anyway, when he comes up from that low position, he might not see it coming.
Well, I just want to point out that there is some visible marking on Jones' face.
At this rate, this fight won't last very long. Some bombs being thrown early on by both men, particularly Jones. Jones staggers slightly. Referee also telling Jones to keep his head up.
I think Jones needs to keep his mouth closed. You can see his gum shield. Yeah. That's makes me feel uncomfortable.
Certainly suggests that he might be tired, might be gasping for air.
Might.
Although he's very much a come-forward fighter. He likes to land big shots. He's certainly throwing them.
Yeah, it certainly is interesting as it is the first round. Yeah. If he's tired already, then he's got to change up his style.
I mean, if he can sustain this tempo for the 3 rounds, I mean, I'd be very surprised, but more credit to him.
I'll take my hat off to him if he does. And again, he goes low and pops up with that hook.
More shots.
Let's talk about Robert Lack now. Whenever Jones goes in low, he has to punch down, and that risks getting him a shot to the back of the head.
Absolutely.
So maybe it is good technique, good tactics from Jones to go in low, because he knows that he can't throw the punch to the top of his head.
Perhaps. Lack is very good defensive though when he's up against the ropes. He doesn't know how to slip punches, and he often finds himself back out. He gets himself out of there.
It just seems very calm as well.
Very calm, very calm. Considering he's coming up against someone who is out to land some big punches against him.
He's not rushing any of his shots. Nope. He's taking it in his stride. Looks like he's sticking to his game plan, conserving his energy. And that's the end of round number 1 in ring 2. And both men going back to their corners and electing to sit down.
Both of them.
And I believe that we do have someone who's going to find out for us if there's a reason to people standing up in the corners.
Yes, a lot of people seem to be doing it. Back on the way now, ring 2. Both fighters up and out of their corners, ready to start the second round. And we're underway.
Touch of the gloves.
Always good to see.
Nice combination there thrown by Lack.
Lack's throwing some nice combinations there early on. keeping it simple, not over-elaborating things, not looking for massive shots, straight.
Jones seems to be getting caught by a few of these. Early on, he's been caught on the face by a few of these shots from Lack.
Straight ones, 1-2s, doubling up on the jab. And that's the thing, he knows his opponent's going to come forward. He doesn't need to over-elaborate things and throw wild punches around the guard. He knows he's going to come forward. He knows he's looking to land bombs. When he tries to land those bombs, send one down the pipe, try and connect.
Intelligent boxing.
And that's one thing that will score you points, intelligent boxing.
At what point in these fights do your arms start to get heavy and you start to drop your guard?
Well, I think a lot of it, there's a lot of factors that will go into it. I think based on what we've seen today, at the end of the second round in a lot of fights, boxers are starting to tire. However, at the same time, if you're in there against a big puncher and you're covering up a lot and they're landing shots to your arms, that's going to take it out of you quicker. We saw it earlier with Beatson and Gaskin in ring 1. In the third round, Beatson could barely hold his arms up. Gaskin was landing big punches. He'd been hitting him on the arms early on, and eventually it seemed as though Beatson couldn't keep his hands up anymore.
You can see there are marking on the face of Jones and his arms as well.
Absolutely,
so
yeah.
you can see that Lack shots are landing.
That's a great left hook
clean
there.
shot there.
One thing that you cannot take away from Jones is that he's a very tough young man.
Durable man. But just a beautiful hook there from Lack.
Yeah.
Lands flush on his face. Wow.
Very good. Rolled the shot, landed the left hook, and tried to slip out the guard and got tagged on the way out, but he's doing the right things. After landing that big punch, if it's not going to hurt your opponent, no doubt it caught him, but if it isn't a particularly hurtful shot that you can follow up on, try and slip out the guard and pick another shot, which is what he tried to do.
That shot seems to have increased Lack's confidence now as he's throwing more precise shots to the face of Jones.
Lack's impressed me so far.
Very impressive.
Knows how to land that left hook and lands it well.
He's just too quick for Jones. By the time that he's thrown one, he's returned with about 10 more.
Good job there from Jones.
You can see that he's breathing heavy in the ring.
I think it's safe to say that Jones is tired. His punches are
forward.
lackluster, and that break might have come at the right time for Joseph Jones. Observations going into the final round, Ray?
Well, I've been very impressed with NTU's Robert Lack, but that's not to say that Joseph Jones hasn't been impressive himself.
Absolutely.
It's just that there is one standout fighter in this scenario.
And he certainly isn't out of the fight either.
He's not, but for me, he needs to show a lot more. He needs to be calmer, but at the same time, he's got to throw those shots. He's got to connect and make them count.
It'd be interesting to see who's boxed in competition similar to this before, because it's maybe it's not the occasion, but maybe it's more the fact that obviously he's here and he hasn't been in this type of environment where there's a lot of people watching. Maybe it's one of his first few fights.
There we go, the third
Lack
and
has
final
certainly dealt with
round.
it better.
And Lack has started strong here, landed those shots. Haven't seen Jones go low down for a while now.
Oh, no.
Nice over the top there by Lack. Everything he throws just seems to land. Good 1-2.
Jones is definitely the more tired of the two. Lack's moving better around the ring. throwing better punches, throwing them at the right times, which makes such a massive difference. It's one thing to throw a good punch and it land, to throw it at the right time and have it land, it does double the damage.
So he's got a bright future in the sport of boxing.
Absolutely, he's impressed me so far. He's certainly been one of the more impressive performances I've seen today. And let's face it, it hasn't exactly been a bad bunch of fights, has it?
No, they've all been so impressive, and hopefully this will continue throughout the weekend. The standard has been set.
Yeah, absolutely.
It can only get better.
I think with the likes of Fraser, Gaskin, Kirby, and now a lad like Lack, I think it's safe to say that there's some bright talent on show. Come back with some very, very interesting fights on the final day.
Oh, absolutely. Great combination there from Lack. He comes forward again. He's not letting up. And I haven't seen Jones throw a combination or a punch in some time. He's now just trying to swat away the incoming jab of Lack, and that shows fatigue. And again, the straight right to the nose of Jones sends his head flying back.
And that's going to be a standing 8 count now. Lack knows.
Shot. He knows it's good. Raises his fist in the air as he landed that.
And the ref waves it off.
It's all over.
Lack is the victor in very impressive fashion.
Congratulations
stood out.
to NTU's Robert Lack.
Certainly impressive. It was a stunning right down the pipe, and it snapped his head back. And as soon as we saw that, I think we knew it was over.
It was just superior boxing towards the end there.
Absolutely.
The fitness came into it a lot.
Composure as well.
Absolutely. He never looked in trouble.
Never looked in trouble. Even in moments where perhaps you could have said he was. He never looked it.
That's a great result for Nottingham-Trent University.
Absolutely.
A very impressive boxer on their hands.
Absolutely. I think you've seen the calibre of their sports programme there. To be able to recruit and train boxers like that, that says a lot about the quality of the sports programme they offer.
I look forward to seeing him in the next round.
Absolutely, in the next round of fights. He could be one to watch this weekend. We'll show respect from both boxers at the end. Over to ring 1. We have some absolute bombs being thrown over now in ring 1 between Abdala and Jordan Awale. Abdala of Birmingham and Coventry's Awale here. Both fighters looking very, very tired coming to the latter stages of the fight. As far as we know, there's been some big bombs thrown in this fight. And both fighters are showing the effects of it.
There's a lot of heart going into these last few exchanges.
Awale is gassed. He's very much gassed.
He's struggling to stand up here.
He's just very much lucky to stay in the ring there. He could have fallen through the ropes. One well-timed punch here could take him off his feet.
There we have it. Both fighters are smiling. I don't know whether that's because they're happy with the exchange, or that the fight's over now and they can breathe.
Well, as we haven't been watching this fight, it'd be unfair for us to give a verdict. But coming out of the fight, I think it's safe to say we know who looks worse for wear.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's good to see that both boxers are wearing a smile on their face after that.
Absolutely. At the end of the day, at this level, that is what this sport's about, you know. Ultimately, yeah, you are fighting somebody else and you are throwing punches at somebody else, but the respect and the enjoyment for it's still got to be there.
That's for sure. And we await the results now of this fight.
In this decision, and it was in the red corner, Birmingham to and over to team now in the red corner, we have Aboni and in the blue corner, we have Nottingham University's Diamond Corner.
What's this? Fine. Huh? I haven't got any. I've got some. Get some grab here. Yeah. Grab on there. Oh. We're about to get underway now here in ring number 1. We'll have Northumbria University's Ethan Taylor against Leeds Beckett University's Richard Roberts Poppen. One thing I must say before this fight gets underway, Ethan Taylor has looked very, very impressive warming up today, very sharp and very powerful. It'll be interesting to see how these two look once the fight gets underway. And we're underway now in ring number 1. Taylor starts more confidently. Oh, he gets caught there with a massive counter right from Roberts Poppen.
That was a big hit.
It's a great counter strike there.
Taylor definitely needs to use his reach here, as he is the bigger man. The longer limbs. There we go, he's finding the distance with his jab. But Richard Robert Poppen seems to be going straight for that body. And as you said earlier in the fight in ring 2, chop down the bigger man, chop the tree.
Chop him down.
And that seems to be the game plan here.
What I will say though, I was saying earlier before the fight, Taylor, beforehand, the snap in his shots when he was warming up, the confidence with which he was warming up, he looked like he's been there and done this before. And even though he took that big right hand just a couple of seconds ago, he still looks confident. He still looks confident. Taylor now still trying to establish that jab. Roberts Poppen is coming inside well and landing some punches.
Nice snappy jabs there.
Very, very quick hands for a big man. Very quick.
I think the main thing here for Taylor is he needs to get in, throw those punches, and then step straight back out and re-establish the position with his reach.
I agree with that, absolutely. When he does come up close, Roberts Poppen, when he does
heavy shots,
close, pick a shot, step out, and then throw 1-2. Also, if you're gonna throw 1-2, don't throw the 1-2 from the same position. Throw a jab, step back, let him come towards you, then throw the 2. Double up like that.
Taylor's got to be careful here because Poppen was throwing those heavy shots and they are landing.
Maybe establish the distance with your jab. Just take one step forward and throw the straight in.
Fantastic box from Poppen. He's aggressive now. You can see the look on his face. He's going in for it.
When he smells blood, he comes forward and he tries to land those punches.
But his mouth is wide open.
Wide open.
Oh, fantastic hook. Left hook to the face there of Ethan Taylor. And that's the end of round 1. And I am very impressed with both of those boxers.
Absolutely. One thing I do have to say is that Northumbria University seem to have a very, very good boxing programme.
Yeah, absolutely.
Obviously we saw success earlier with Brown in ring 2.
They've got a lot of support here.
Taylor looks confident.
Taylor's corner man just telling him to go down to the body of Poppen. So now he's just got to listen, pay attention and work on those comments.
Absolutely.
Mouth guard back in for Taylor.
The referee's hurrying them along. Was that some advice to go to the body himself there for Taylor? It looked like his corner man told him to go to the body. So we'll see.
Maybe he's seen something that we haven't.
Who knows?
But Poppen, I noticed, goes straight for the body. And then when his hands drop, he then goes straight to the exposed face.
One thing I have to say about Robert Poppen, he's very, very, very fast.
Yes,
he's fast with picking his punches as well.
He
takes that shot and comes inside. Exactly.
He moves. He twists him with his hips, therefore getting the extra power.
He loads up on those punches.
Yeah. And they will take their toll.
He's got the better footwork as well. His footwork's far superior, I must say. Got caught there, got caught.
Unloading on Poppen there. Not sure if Eddie went their way through the guard. But there seems to be a lot of support for the Northumbria fighter. I don't know if you can hear this. Of course you can hear this.
You have to wonder, will that get in the head of Poppen as well? No doubt he'll have support here, but Northumbria really have brought a firm down here to Staffordshire today.
I think there's some blood on the face of Taylor. We'll wait for him to turn back round and face us. It looks like it's either his mouth or his nose that is cut. Poppen doing well.
Of course, that will affect the scoring as well. Nice body shot there from Poppen.
And that will give Poppen more confidence knowing that he's actually landing these punches and that they are working.
I can see, it looks like he's bloodied his nose there.
Taylor's
just checked it as well.
But that was not at the smart time to do that because he's just been caught.
And Roberts Poppen smelt that right away and moved in looking for that killer shot. Roberts Poppen looks sharp here today. Very good weighting with his movement as well. He's not overstepping, he's not understepping. Every movement is taken, is calculated, and it's letting him to get good leverage on his shots. I'm willing to bet that bloody nose has come from almost a throwaway jab, but a jab that's been thrown from the right position as Taylor's coming in and he's caught him.
But Taylor is fighting with his hands down.
Good left hook again from Roberts.
Poppen, powerful punch.
The footwork has been pivotal in this fight as well. He's moved around the ring so much better. And found angles for his punches much better.
There is a lot of blood on the face of
really
Taylor now.
It is. That nose is starting to pour slightly.
And he's called time. He's going to have a look.
The referee wants to check that nose.
He's having a look.
Taylor says to the referee that he's okay.
Fantastic body shot. There we go, it's the end.
I must say, coming into this third round, I'll be very surprised to see anything other than a Roberts Poppen win at this point. He has looked very, very impressive, particularly in that second round. The Leeds Beckett University man. He looks good value for money here.
This is going to be hard to score it because both have been very impressive.
Both have been impressive, but in different ways. I just think that Roberts Poppen has picked his shot so much better, his footwork's better, and if I was to just sat ringside, to me, that would be one thing I'd be looking for, footwork. footwork's everything in boxing, as you all know from previous experience, really. So
yeah,
I'm struggling to see past the Leeds Beckett man, to be honest.
When you get hit in the nose, it's hard to recover because it waters up your eyes, and
absolutely,
you want to take a quick second to wipe your eyes and just take a step back, but you can't. You've got to carry on.
Well, we saw Taylor try to do that then in that second round. He realised his nose was bleeding, tried to check it, and next thing you know, 2 or 3 punches had landed.
And here we go, the final rounds in ring number 1. Now,
nice attempt at tripling up on that jab from Taylor.
Taylor's more aggressive now. He seems to be quite angry.
Absolutely.
No one makes him bleed his own blood, and now
sometimes the taste of your own blood does get you fired up.
We're set up for a fantastic final couple of minutes here in round 3 in ring 1.
But I must say that Richard Roberts Poppen, for me, he joins the likes of Lucy Cox, Gaskin, Fraser, all of them. He joins them in the group of boxers that I want to see compete over the course this weekend. He has been very impressive. And not to say Taylor hasn't. I mean, I just can't see past a Roberts Poppen victory here. I think it'll take something big. I think it'll take a stoppage.
Yeah,
I really do, for Taylor to get back into this.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that one. But now both men looking fatigued. A lot more blood.
That nose is bleeding badly now. It's bleeding much worse than it was earlier.
The referee's having a look at his face. He's going to have to. I don't think it's long before it's going to be a stoppage.
You have to wonder, can he breathe well? Are his eyes starting to swell? Is the nose broken? You don't know. He's got to be uncomfortable. He doesn't look as focused in the ring, and once that nose has started to flow with a bit more blood.
He's called the time. He's now going to inspect
the referee
the
wants to check that nose again.
It's made its way onto the neck of.
It is a bad cut to the nose. It's a bad nosebleed.
Possibilities of having a broken nose?
Absolutely, it's wholly possible. He seems to feel he's okay, so you have to show respect to Taylor for carrying on, because that nose has been bothering him for a good round and a half now, and he's battled on. He really has battled on. He's landed some good punches himself, but it's getting bad. It's bleeding badly again already.
And once again, it's busted open.
You have to wonder if the referee's thinking about stopping this fight.
How much more can he take?
And Taylor knows as well. Taylor's frustrated, but that nose is pouring blood.
It's not looking pretty now. The referee has got a stern look on his face.
And Roberts Poppen will sense that. He will sense that, and he will be out for more blood. You have to believe. If nothing else, though, it really has been a valiant effort by both men. Really has.
Both of these men are warriors.
Absolutely. There's a great left hook there from Poppen. Good body shot as well. Going back to what we said earlier, he's chopped the tree well so far this fight. He's picked the right shots to the body as we come to the last few seconds.
It's a smart game plan.
And unfortunately, I don't think that Taylor has done enough now coming into the last second of this fight. It's all over. What a fight, what an effort by both men.
Massive respect to both fighters here.
Absolutely. Huge respect to both men.
We can see who's
both
come
for
off
credit
worse
to
for
their
wear,
universities.
That's nothing to be ashamed of.
Absolutely. He's come up against a very good fighter there. Very good fighter.
And now we await the winner in ring 1.
A lot of respect on show in ring 1. As we await the final decision. And now we will move over to ring 2 for commentary. Ring number 2 now for... It's in the red corner, Luke Peters.
Ring 2 now, and in the red corner from Brunel
So there we have it in the red corner, Luke Peters of Brunel University, and University of Durham, it's Joseph Hall. And we're underway there in ring 2.
All of the guests, please. All of the guests.
And in ring number 2 now. Both men make a lively start. Both looking sharp.
Peters is definitely using that extended reach. He'll use that footwork, he'll slide in with the foot, and he'll extend that arm into the jab, and then he'll slide right back out again and won't give his opponent a chance to give that counter hook. There he goes again. Smart boxing so far. Joseph Hall just figuring out what he can do here to open up some form of offence.
Both very powerfully built as well.
Absolutely.
Some big shots landing in this fight. They look like boxers.
They do. Oh, lovely little uppercut there from Luke Peters. And here we go.
Lovely combination.
He opens up.
Hall. And if those hands land, they will hurt.
I don't doubt that he could finish with a knockout here.
We haven't seen many today. He certainly looks to be a similar kind of fighter to those we've seen who have stopped their opponents today.
He's got the power. He definitely possesses the power to do so.
Definitely.
Just whether he can open up the avenue. Seems like he's favouring the uppercut.
He is indeed.
Is Peters.
Hall does look impressive early on. Certainly got better command of the ring. Pushing his opponent back, making him think.
What I will say is, though, I don't think I've seen him land a clean shot as of yet.
I think he caught him in a... There's a good body shot there that he landed.
The movement of Peters, though, is phenomenal.
Absolutely, absolutely.
He's just out of the way. It's fluid motion. It's
Very
not
fluid.
stop-start. It's completely fluid. Then he'll go into his counter like that to the body. His right hand.
Moves well, moves well. That was a wild overhand right there from Hall. You have to be careful throwing those sorts of punches, especially with someone who's moving as well as Peters is, because one wild punch like that, they can move inside, they can land a big shot.
Lovely right hand on the exit there from Peters. I'd like to see more body shots from both men.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's one thing we spoke about a lot today, is body work, how pivotal it has been.
Well,
we've seen it used effectively when Fraser did to Sayi earlier, obviously dropped him with that body shot.
Yeah.
In the most recent fight in Ring 1, when we saw Ethan Taylor fall short against Roberts Poppen found the body well at the right time and started chopping that tree that we talked about.
So
it really does make a big impact.
It is the end of round 1 in ring number 2, and we'll find out what both cornermen are saying to their boxers. We've made some observations from up here, and we're not the experts.
Absolutely.
So it'll be interesting.
We've been fairly spot on, though.
No, I think we've done all right. I'm going to say we've done a good job.
Sky Sports, we're coming for you. Back underway now in ring 2 for round 2. Peters versus Hall.
What I will say is Peters does have a very stiff stance. When he throws his punches, it's very stiff. as you can see, he's very compact.
For such a good mover, he loads up, but he's quite rigid, isn't he, in the way he moves when he's throwing those punches.
I think he'd find more success if he was a bit looser.
Yep.
So you can extend that reach a bit more and really trouble.
You have to wonder if he's
Joseph
not someone
Hall.
who's naturally heavy-handed, if he really has to load up to get the power behind his punches. Perhaps that holds him back, who knows?
You can see Hall getting in nice and close there. And it didn't look like Peters liked that too much.
No.
Didn't seem too comfortable with being up against the ropes.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something he's never experienced.
Hall does look for that wild right, though, and that's not going to win him any favours with the judges looking for a wild punch like that. It comes in very, very wide, throws it over the top. It's almost Gennady Golovkin-esque the way he tries to land it, but obviously without anywhere near the technique or style.
He just does need to throw more volume if he wants to get good scoring. Gets caught there with the left hook on the way out of the clinch. He's got to be careful not to throw elbows there. And he comes very close to throwing elbows when he's in close, does Joseph Hall. Bit of showboat in there, on the footwork of Luke Peters.
Body shot, absolutely, but
But
nice body shot there
if
from
you've
Hall.
got it, use it.
Absolutely.
I can tell you now, I would not like to be in the ring with these two.
No, really, they're hitting very, very hard. Very hard. They're both big punchers at their weight, you can tell.
My dentist would be one happy man, though.
Yes. But not a lot of clean punches are connecting. Although I do feel that if they had been, the spike probably wouldn't have come to the point it has, because as we were saying, they hit hard, very hard.
They do hit very hard. But you said that a lot of punches aren't connecting. Is that due to the defence being so good of both boxers that when they've just been countered all the
I think
time?
so. I think so. I think it would be fair to say that they've perhaps been a little bit wild at times.
Yeah.
Not really fought with the most composure.
Well, as we say, it's
But then
those
defensively-
nerves kicking in.
Absolutely, but then
the
defensively,
adrenaline.
obviously coming to the end of the final day, the first day, sorry, coming to the end of the first day and just wanting to get through to that next stage. Perhaps you are a little bit nervous.
They'll settle into it.
No, absolutely, absolutely.
Didn't we say that towards the end of the second round is when the nerves start to go? We really start to see the
From what we've
proper
seen
fighters.
today, people realise I've got 3 minutes left to make the impact that I want to make. Leave
Absolutely.
my mark on this weekend. Obviously, it's a fantastic weekend for the sport, a fantastic weekend for Staffordshire University for hosting the competition, and for the universities involved as well. So people come here and they will want to leave their mark on the event.
That is for sure, and that's the end of round 2 in ring number 2. And as you said, they've got 3 minutes now to show what they can do.
Yeah.
What will the ringmen be saying now? Because they've seen what we've seen, and there has not been a lot landed. So what would you say to change up the tempo to get that
so
win?
if I was Joseph Hall's cornerman right now, I would say to him, stop looking for the big shot. Put your combinations together. Try and open him up a little bit more. Double up on the jab, but don't double up and hit him in the head. Go one upstairs and come down to the midsection. Try and open him up that way. Likewise, if I was Peters, ease yourself up a little bit. Don't be so stiff when you're coming in trying to land big punches, because that's when he's getting caught. When he loads up, he can't cover up and he's getting caught. So, otherwise his movement's very, very good. Come inside, try and throw your punches, but try and ease up a little bit and then come back outside and reassess the situation from there.
All right, well, here we go, the final 3 minutes of this fight. It's about to get underway. And it's my understanding that Luke Peters from Brunel does have a lot of support with him.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they can be the 12th man, if they can help him out.
Absolutely. Third round, this is the one where he'll want to rally the troops, so to speak, and get the fans behind him.
Is it been called? Oh, it looks like
fight's over.
Fight's over.
It looks like the fight is over.
Looks like Joseph Hall took off his gloves in that round. It looks
Someone's
like
been
his
retired.
cornermen had agreed that enough is enough.
Enough is enough. He must have been hurt here.
We'll find out what has actually happened. We'll await the result of that one. We'll clarify that for you in a second.
Absolutely, yeah. So I'll have a final verdict for you here momentarily, but it certainly seems as though it is, and he seems to be holding that hand. Has he hurt his hand?
That is very unfortunate. He's just getting
a
it checked
horrible
out.
way to go out of this competition.
That's a shame. I mean, we hope he's okay.
And he certainly looks disappointed. We are over in ring number 1 there, where University of West England Fabio's Alexiev in the red corner.
The last fight of the day in this ring.
Matt Ashford, yes. Last round of the last fight of the day for ring number 1.
This is visible marking on the face
of Alexiev, yes.
The face of, yeah. So obviously his opponent has been successful in finding those jabs to the face.
Right. But just before we get too far into it for this fight, what a shame for Peters over in ring 2 to go out of this competition that way.
It's never nice to go out through injury.
Absolutely.
You want to stick it out to the very end, but your body knows when you can't take any more, and you unfortunately have to look after yourself in this scenario.
We can see from here he's already icing his hand.
So hopefully he'll come back better, he'll get that checked out,
Absolutely.
Get back in the gym, come back a better fighter.
Perhaps we'll see him next year.
But you don't want to risk extensive damage where it ends up putting you out of that career.
Absolutely.
So, smart move by his cornermen.
But here in ring number 1, Ashford looks very, very comfortable as he waits for Alexiev to make a move, tries to pick him off with counters. He's holding his position in the centre of the ring. Alexiev, for a taller man, does move well.
Another straight jab lands to the face of Alexiev. Very patient fighting. The combination, it's the jab and then the hook to the body from Ashford.
Nice body shot there from Ashford. Just staying out of reach from Alexiev's jab and coming inside and managed to land some decent punches. Certainly from what we've seen in this round, he's landed the better shots.
Alexiev keeps getting caught with those straight jabs.
He does, and he gets caught often.
But what I will say, his guard is very tight towards his face, so I'm not sure how they're slipping through.
Yeah.
But Ashford is finding the way to do so.
Ashford's impressed me. Obviously, we haven't watched all this fight, but from what I've seen, Ashford's is comfortable in there.
Ashford seems to be going over the top of Alexiev's guard,
which cannot be easy as well, considering that Alexiev does seem to have a slight height advantage.
Both men looking visibly tired now.
Here in the final seconds.
And there we have it.
And it's all over in ring number 1 for today and for this fight. We'll await on the official verdict for you.
So who do you think has won this fight?
Based on what we saw, obviously we didn't even see all of the third round, but I would say that Ashford looked better from what I saw. And we'll find out who the winner is momentarily.
Both men can be proud of their performance though.
Absolutely. It takes a lot of courage to come in and last that long.
Okay, we'll bring one now. Split decision, and
And over to ring number 2 now. We have AIU's
Deacon Richardson and Coventry's Jesse
Aboni. Aboni here controlling the centre of the ring. Good parry there from Aboni. Richardson backs Aboni up in the corner, looking for some big bombs here. Looking for some big bombs. Aboni seems comfortable here.
He's a very tall man as well, isn't he?
He is. He's very, very tall. Has significant height advantage.
Back underway in ring 2.
Aboni with a great right hook to start the second round.
This is the final fight of the day.
I hope you've enjoyed your coverage today from ourselves here at Staffs TV and OMG Radio.
We have tried very hard to bring you everything today.
And we'll continue to do so for the remainder of the weekend.
Oh, absolutely. But can we just recap real quick? This day has been phenomenal. The bar has been set very high by every boxer involved.
Absolutely. We'll have more fights tomorrow, of course, followed by the finals on Sunday. So there's plenty more where this came from. And if tomorrow and Sunday can even be half as good as what we've seen today, we're in for a very enjoyable weekend. It's been a great weekend for boxing, a great weekend for Staffordshire University, and we like to think it's been a great weekend for all of the universities involved. Although it's not over yet, we still have a round and a half left of it. Aboni backing Richardson up with some good 1-2s here. Richardson struggled with the reach advantage, I think, in this fight. Another good jab there from
powerful punches being thrown here.
Absolutely. Both men seem to carry a lot of power.
Richardson needs to be careful that he doesn't get caught with one of these. Needs to get himself out of that position. Circle round onto Abeli's weaker side. He's just throwing some haymakers there, is Deacon Richardson. And he receives a few shots to the body.
Nice attempt at an overhand from Richardson. But Aboni seems comfortable in there, doesn't he, Roo?
He does. Seems very comfortable. But at the moment, Richardson comes forward there. As soon as we say that, curse to the commentator.
But Aboni has just picked his shots better so far. If he can get through these flurries from Richardson, then he's got settle back into his rhythm.
He's got some of his Coventry fans there, shouting him on, cheering him on, being the 12th man, giving him that extra push.
Coventry have certainly travelled well today. Cov historically have always brought good fans everywhere in a lot of their sports. So, as we can see now, nothing's changed in that respect for boxing.
Yeah, they are. They're just standing in the middle, trading now. I think Richardson came off the worst out of that exchange.
Absolutely.
But he's still standing, he's still going, giving it all he's got.
But Aboni, he seems to have tired quickly here. This break of the final round might have come very well come at the right time for him. So, Roo, what are your observations going into the final round?
Well, both men seem visibly exhausted right now. So they're going to have to play it smart, use that footwork to their advantage, and take each other on their weaker side.
Yeah, definitely.
You're going to have to play now into your strengths and their weaknesses. You can't just give it hell for leather because they haven't got that type of stamina right now. Yeah. They've used everything so far. So
I mean, they're both bigger lads. They both carry a lot of weight and power behind their punches.
Richardson just getting a water spray to the face, cool him down. Here they come. Heavy breathing from both men. And Richardson seems the more sprightly of the two, stepping out. Then receives a few straights to the face. This is where the mental strength comes into it. The final rounds, when you're tired, you've got a lot to think about.
Yeah.
You've got to think about keeping your guard up, throwing those punches, and just avoiding any damage.
Nice 1-2 there from Aboni here.
And again,
great right hook as well to follow it up. And Aboni, he's having a bit of a resurgence here.
If he can keep this up, this fight won't last much
another
longer.
Good punch there. And I must admit, I'm surprised the ref didn't come in for a standing out count there. Certainly seemed as though if the ropes weren't there, then Richardson would have gone over. And Aboni here again
just
landed
caught
some
one
big
right on
punches.
the chin there. Richardson's legs have gone to jelly.
His legs have gone.
He almost went straight over there. And
just a stiff jab wobbles him again.
He seems comfortable now.
Yeah.
Richardson seems.
And Richardson looks far from it.
He's survival mode, but he's just getting caught. His hands are down.
Time after time after time. Aboni, he's landing these punches. Richardson keeps looking for that wild overhand. It's so easy to roll with those punches and connect with the counter.
They're being telegraphed, and he's now just throwing wild shots.
He looks tired, Richardson. He looks tired.
I don't blame him for being tired, but this is where you have to then take a step back and think
whoa.
And standing count.
Standing count. Obviously, that punch was thrown when the referee tried to break them up.
It's on the man that we didn't expect it to be on.
As the referee tried to pull them apart, and Richardson landed a punch when Aboni, he wasn't really paying attention.
Richardson can smell blood now, and he's.
But Aboni, he's rallying back. And
very
I
heavy.
must admit, Aboni, he looks a superior boxer.
These hands become very heavy very quickly. A lovely uppercut there by Richardson. This is a phenomenal end to a fantastic day here.
Absolutely.
At the BUCS Boxing Championship here at Staffordshire University. The last fight of the day, last rounds. Both fans and both cornermen urging their men to fight to the very end.
And that is what they're doing. Coventry's
great atmosphere.
Coventry University's fans are really willing Aboni here on.
They've given it all here today.
They're running through cement at the moment in the ring. The legs have gone for both men, not because they've been hurt, because they're tired.
Pure exhaustion.
Every punch has been an absolute bomb this fight. Coming into the final 10 seconds, Aboni again landing big lefts and rights.
There we go. That's the end of the final fight of the first day here at the BUCS Boxing Championship at Staffordshire University. We now await the decision.
What a way to close it out.
Phenomenal. That took my breath away.
Absolutely.
I'm tired watching them.
I can't imagine how they feel.
My legs have gone to jelly. I don't know, is that because I've been standing up all day?
And after this fight, immediately after this fight's result, we'll be going back to the studio for a roundup of the day's action with Jackson and Ross, and then myself and Rue will be joining.
I cannot wait for tomorrow.
Absolutely.
Today is literally just finished, and I'm excited to wake up tomorrow.
Here we are with the result. Over to the studio.
Announcements all day. Jack, we're deciding this. The sofa's not big enough for like all four of us here. Okay. Also, by your commentators, Rue and Jack as well, who've called all of the action today. How do you guys feel it's been for the first day? How did you feel? Any standout matches? Any fighters you thought were exceptional?
I think it has set the benchmark very, very high for the rest of the weekend. There's been some fantastic fights on display. Some of the fighters are putting superb performances. From very early in the day, I was talking about Fraser as being someone to keep an eye on this weekend. I thought some of his work in his fight with Sayi was outstanding. He worked the body extremely well. We also had a lad, Gaskin, who fought, name escapes me, Archie Beatson. Absolutely tremendous. He looked tough, and he looked like someone that can be in it for the long haul this weekend.
Rue, anyone you sort of thought?
Yeah, Lack. He was phenomenal, throwing some heavy punches. Didn't seem to be phased at all by his opponent, and his cardio was next to none. He didn't seem tired towards the end of the fight, and he was always in control. So I'm looking forward to seeing him later in the competition.
Personally, myself, it was Nick Tippler. He looked proper. He was good. Rumours going around that he's got GB tryouts or something like that, but you could just tell his combinations were on point. He was looking fit throughout the whole thing. He controlled that match, weaving through anything. He was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I have to agree with quite a lot of what you guys have just said there. I mean, Harry Fraser came out swinging in his fight, absolutely throwing just left, right and centre, and really landing a lot of them as well. That was the thing, is it wasn't he just swung, he landed a lot of the punches that he threw. But I also have to say a big shout out to Warren Gray as well, who we interviewed earlier. His fight, I think he just kind of brutalised the poor guy for the 3 rounds. But is there any, how do you feel this lays out the rest of the tournament?
Well, it'll be interesting to see if some of the people that competed today that got through, and perhaps the margin of victory wasn't as wide as I expected. It'll be interesting to see if they step up and see what they do over the rest of the weekend. You look at guys who won by a split decision, such as Aboni, seeing what they do for the rest of the weekend. I'm also really interested to see more of Lucy Cox as well, who competed in one of the earlier fights. She looked really, really good in her fight, lots of movement, picked her punch as well. So she's one that I want to keep an eye out for this weekend as well.
First fight, was it? Yeah, the first women's fight lasted 45 seconds, so I forget who wins it, but whoever won it, that's one.
I want to say though that it started off with a lot of early stoppages, and then everyone started to all the spectators were starting to watch it, and they were getting into it a lot more. So everything started to calm down. But it was a frantic couple of first fights, and the one that you said that lasted 45 seconds. It's really unfortunate on she lost, but it's because it's the first fight of the day. That's where you've got everyone watching just to see how it goes.
It was it's the nerves, isn't it? It's gonna build up on everything, especially opening the fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What me and Jack did notice is that towards the midway point of the second round, that's when the nerves start to calm down, and they start to establish their feet in their fight, and they start to start getting their rhythm going. But it was a thing that we noticed throughout the day.
Fights as well, particularly with the earlier fights where there hadn't been as many people on at that point. They were going in and they were like, "Oh, I'm one of the first people to box today." And halfway through the fights, they seemed to kind of get rid of those nerves. Obviously, in the later fights, the crowd's already seen it all pretty much, haven't they? So the nerves kind of go, I assume, and it's all come together to make for a really good day of boxing. I think it says a lot about the quality of the sport. I think it's a massive plus for Staffordshire University as well to be able to host it, because from what I've seen today, there's been some absolutely fantastic fights, and hopefully the weekend will stay the same.
Yeah, I mean, I spoke earlier to a couple of fighters, and they said the last boxing event they had of this kind of caliber was in Newcastle, and they were telling me that they had 3 rings, but they had barely anybody there. There was no one to show up. But today, obviously, it's been quite busy. There's been a lot of people walking about all day. Yeah, been a really great turnout from just like everyone in general, friends and family that I've seen of the fighters, but also staff, students, and I think that just boosts the atmosphere. It makes the event more.
It's been well promoted, this event, throughout Staffordshire University. It's been promoted for 2 months now. It's been constantly being promoted every week, saying when it's going to be, how much it's going to cost, what it's about. People coming down, get volunteers in. There's loads of volunteers here today. And without them, this wouldn't have gone as smoothly as it has, especially with Staffs TV and OMG. Student media, this is student media, and it's just gone absolutely fantastically. And everyone's done a fantastic job.
Again, BUCS as well, the boxing-wise, they've managed to organise this event incredibly well. Big, obviously, round of applause to them. Is there anything, you feel we're going to see tomorrow that could surprise us? Is there any matches, anyone you feel could come out really?
What the draw is. Because there's definitely some harder, stronger punches in there, and then some people that are slower. So if you get one of the slower people with one of the stronger punches, there potentially could be some knockouts. There was close calls of it today. I remember I was down watching one of the matches, and he went down, he got hit and got up, and it'll be very interesting. I think that there will be some more exciting fights.
Yeah, I think obviously it just depends on the condition of the fighters now after this first day, because I mean, like we said, there were some very heavy matches, very tiring matches, a little bit of claret here and there, and it was. In all the sense, it was a long day for everybody involved. But, yeah, how do you feel, who is your odds-on favourite now about winning? What uni?
Nick Tippler. I'm sorry, he blew me away. I think he was good. I think he was at, I want to say, Manchester Uni? Was he Portsmouth? Yeah. And me and Jack did say that the Portsmouth boys, they were looking strong, and he proved it. He was just weaving in and out, absolutely combinations on point. He was looking phenomenal. So.
I will say that Robert's Poppen is one to look out for this weekend. In one of the last fights there, he came up against Ethan Taylor. Watching him warm up, he's boxing from Northumbria University, who came here in numbers today, and they've had some good fighters on display as well. I believe they won their earlier fight over in Ring 2, Northumbria. So looking at him, watching warm up, I thought, this guy is really, really good. Robert's Poppen come into the ring with him, and by the end of the second round, nose is pouring with blood. Taylor's nose is pouring with blood. Poppen Roberts really, really, really put a beating on him and looked fantastic in doing so. He could be one to watch out for this weekend.
Root, anyone you really tipping for favourites here?
Yeah, Lack. I'm sorry, I'm a big fan of him at the moment. Maybe it's because we've got the same colour hair, but, it was phenomenal. I can't get over the fact how calm he was in the ring, and he just absorbed all these shots. I mean, he just took him to the stomach, a few to the face. He was like the Terminator. He just kept on going. But I'd say anyone from Northumbria stands a good chance, because they've got a lot of support. As of Coventry have got a lot of people down here.
I think that's the thing is quite a few universities have got a few fighters still left in here as well. Yeah. They've really had I think Exeter have got a couple through. They lost one, earlier on, and Durham and Northumbria.
Exeter's got people that are just training. They bought just literally people that are training to watch the boxers that they've entered, that's just, you've got to take your hat off to that. That does say a lot. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously tomorrow are the semi-finals for this kind of event. How are we feeling about them? Do we feel like they're going to be a very good semi-finals, or do we feel like they're going to be pretty much straight up, these guys are going to win, or do we feel there's going to be more close calls than there were today?
I think it'll be a lot closer. I think this is literally just draining out the people that not as good. Not saying that they're not good, but they're just not as educated in being in actual matches, because it's one thing to train at a gym and do it, but to actually go out and be a boxer, it's completely different, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? So I think it will go through them.
This is where you see the stronger fighters come up against each other, so it'll be a lot more interesting. You'll see how then they readjust their game plan, because they would have seen each other fighting today, And if they know they're going up against someone who's particularly strong on their right side, they're going to have to go back, talk to their coach, and they're going to have to rethink their strategy. So it's going to be a lot of tactics involved now.
That's where Lack, who you mentioned earlier, that's where he could run away with this. But there's going to be people that will see him today and say, I need to find a way to beat him, because he come up against someone today who was he was dogged in the way he approached the fight. He come out organs blazing, and he was throwing bombs from the second the first round started, and Lack was unfazed throughout it. Now, to have that level of composure, he's going to have people coming up against him. They're going to see, right, well, that style he can contend with. He's going to have to. People to beat him, it's going to take something special. I do agree with Rue with what Rue said. So it'll be interesting to see how people adapt to come against fighters like that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, obviously with Harry Fraser just throwing absolute huge hands as soon as the bell went. I mean, at one point we had a stoppage because of the gut punch he delivered. You heard it from up here in the balcony where we're all stood. The kid went down, and that, like, for me, that's when that fight should have been called. I mean, it was just brutal afterwards. But there are a lot of guys who can throw very, very heavy hands, and I think the semi-finals we're going to see some big shots, very big shots, and I think they're going to be very hard-hitting matches. Is there sort of any predictions for the finals yet, or too close?
It's too early to call that, but what I want to mention real quick is the level of officiating that's been on display today. There has not been one decision that I have disagreed with, and that shows a lot for this level of competition. The officiating that's gone involved, it's so good to see. There's no controversy.
For all the controversy that has surrounded amateur boxing, particularly with the Olympics, obviously how many judges and officials got suspended following that. Obviously Michael Conlan's outburst live on TV today. I think it's been spot on. Everything's been spot on. Judging, officiating, everything has been tremendous. Really.
If you guys want to tweet in anything about any of the fights you guys saw, the Twitter handle is at BUCS Boxing. We're starting tomorrow from 1 o'clock as well. I think we've got matches on, which should be really interesting. Obviously, it's a little bit earlier than it was today. Again, like I asked Warren Gray earlier about their situations. It's hashtag BUCS Boxing, not at BUCS Boxing. Yeah, I don't do Twitter. Just destroyed me there. Anyhow, obviously, like I said, and they said they've got hotels up here. They're going to be resting up here. Do you feel, staying up here is going to benefit certain fighters and stuff like that, or anything kind of different?
Yeah, I think if you stay up here, obviously you can get to the gym. We have a gym here for them. It's not too far to travel. It's not too far to go back to recover. But I think staying up here is a smart decision. I think most of the people are actually doing that. So, yeah.
I think that's all we can say on it. I think we've got to hope that they go rested and they get well, but we've got to finish up and wrap up here. So.
So we're going to wrap up for today. That's your coverage of all of the boxing from today. Remember, we start again tomorrow at 1 o'clock with matches, and we'll see you guys then.